Rick Duperi, I'm just checking your audio. I just pulled you up. You're on your phone again, it appears.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Awesome. And I'm just rebooting my computer, but I have it on one computer. I just have to put it on another one because this one's going to die. But I'm almost there.
Fair enough.
I did just put us live on YouTube, just so everybody knows.
How long do we want to wait?
Oh, it's 6:31 now, so it appears that we have a quorum with Rick here.
1, 2, 3.
As soon as you're ready, Roger.
Okay. I'd like to call the February 22nd meeting, planning board meeting. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? You're going to handle that, Jamal, or someone?
Jay's going to put the flag up.
I pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag of the United
United
States of America and
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic which it stands,
stands
one nation,
one nation, under God.
indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Good to see you, Rachel. You're taking over.
I just so you know, I am wearing I got my COVID shot.
There you go.
So my husband and I were at the Downs this evening and everything moved smoothly. And here we go. So COVID shot and then the planning board. I'm not sure that there's a link, but Roger, did you give the virtual meeting announcement?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Do you have that, or do
I
you?
do, and
Okay.
I will give this. The meeting will come to order. And are we streaming? Yes, we are. This is a remote meeting using Zoom. People can access the meeting by going to the planning board's webpage, and for viewing only, click on the YouTube link. To attend the planning board meeting virtually and provide public comment on the meeting, click the Zoom link. The board recommends public comment, written public comment prior to an upcoming meeting. At this time, given the remote video conferencing meeting format, we will have some opportunity in this meeting. There are several agenda items that have a public comment period. When we go to that agenda item, and it's time for the public comment, attendees are muted, and you will raise your hand to be called on during that public comment part of the meeting. Please only raise your hand once when it's time for public comment and not during the applicant's presentation or the board deliberation. If the chair happens to drop off the meeting due to technical difficulties, in this case, the secretary, Roger Beely, will take over running the meeting until I can return. Saying that, we will move on to the first item in the agenda, which is actually the roll call. Doreen, can you call the roll?
Roger Beely,
Yeah.
Rick Munking,
Here.
Richard Dupere,
Here,
Rachel Hendrickson,
Here?
Jennifer Ladd,
Here.
Russell Scudder,
Here.
and Nicholas McGee is absent.
All right, thank you. In the absence of the chair, Jamel, who was the first alternate?
That would be Rick Dupree.
Okay, Rick Dupere is a voting member. Let's take a look. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes, January 11th, 2021, and February 3rd, 2021. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second Rick Dupere.
All right, thank you. Any suggestions or amendments? Hearing none, we'll call the roll to approve the minutes for both January 11th and February 3rd. Doreen, will you call the roll, please?
Roger Beely,
Yes. Yes.
Rick Munking,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rick Dupere,
Yes,
Russell Scudder.
Yes.
All right, thank you. The minutes are approved. The next item on the agenda, the planning board will conduct a public hearing to receive comment on the proposed amendments to chapter 405B, the site plan review ordinance, and chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, in regards to administrative review procedures, provisions. I believe Jay Chase is going to take the staff lead on this. Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you, Rachel. Let's see, so this is an item that most planning board members may recall we had a workshop back in October about. And just by a little way of background, it's an item that actually started quite some time ago, late 2018, early 2019, with some discussion around the concept. As part of that discussion, the proposal lost a little bit of traction just in terms of priorities. And then, of course, we know sort of what's come of the last year or so. But I will say back sometime in this summer, council leadership and the town manager brought this back to the fore and asked staff to re-engage the conversation, which we had done, as I said, with a workshop with this board, as well as with the Long Range Planning Committee. And the proposal has been through the town council first reading and is now before this board for a public hearing. What this proposal is, it's an amendment to the, predominantly to the site plan review ordinance to allow for administrative review process, which would essentially enable staff level review of certain projects that otherwise require full site plan review by the planning board. What this proposal does not do is relieve projects from having to meet all the standards of the site plan review ordinance. It simply sets up a parallel or a different review authority and track for certain projects. And as part of our workshop in in October, you remember, we sort of talked about maybe what type of projects might this concept best be applicable to. It was really thought to be really more around industrial type uses. And so the applicability standards seek to allow for this administrative review for site plans in the industrial district, the light industrial district, as well as the innovation district area of the Crossroads Plan Development Zoning District. One of the other sort of key concepts that we had talked about during the workshop was what size or scale of projects might these be enabling sort of this other a staff level or administrative review proposal best qualified for. And so you'll see in the standards, there are certain thresholds that trigger and would require any project to come to the full planning board if they, example, if they disturb more than an acre of area or meet a certain threshold of trip generation. It was 35 trips or more. And so there was some discussion around that. The planning board, we also had some discussion around what the sort of the methodology for a permitting review, whether, you know, some communities that have administrative review have a review team, others sort of have one sort of point person be a review authority. And so the board felt that for Scarborough, be best to have sort of a point be the review authority. So that falls to the planning director. But we do have a full team that is involved with the review, much like we do with any projects that come before the planning board. So public safety, public works, engineering, code, the whole range of folks get involved in the review process. We also established parameters for appeals of these type of decisions, as well as public notification. I think those were some of the sort of key highlights, if you will, and questions that the planning board really helped shape the document that you have before you as part of the public hearing. I think just, you know, for a way of background for those who haven't been involved, this isn't a, while this concept is new in Scarborough, certainly it's not unique in the area. Many of our surrounding communities have administrative reviews. One of the interesting things is that no two towns do this in the same way. Some towns have it, you know, up to a very small amount of change, you know, a couple hundred feet. Others allow for upwards of 30,000 square foot buildings in different zones. And so it's hard to give sort of a precise, you know, a concise summary of how other communities do this, other than to say that many of our surrounding communities do have some level of administrative review. And so I guess with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you, and I'm happy to answer questions of the board or others as you direct. You're muted.
All right, let's open this to public comment first. If you would please raise your hand. And Jamel, would you just take a look and see who we've got out there that might have their hand raised? When you are called upon, please state your name and your residence and limit your comments to 3 minutes. See anybody, Jamel?
I don't see anyone, Rachel.
All right, we'll give them to about the count of 10 to unmute and come forward. All right, public comment is closed. I will turn this over to the board. Let's start off with our secretary, Roger Bewley.
Oh, okay. First, I'd like to ask Jay if the staff and basically SEDCO is in agreement with the proposal that's coming out of the Long Range Planning Committee?
I can speak for staff. We certainly are. I don't know that the SEDCO board has formally reviewed this. I haven't asked Karen Martin, the director of SEDCO, if it's gone to their full board, but in terms of staff, we're comfortable with what's put forward here.
Okay. I seem to recall, I tend to agree with your position on this. And I seem to recall hearing the presentation by Crossroads to the town council. I think it might have been a workshop or something back in December of 2018 when this was first brought up, and it was primarily targeted towards the innovation district.
Mhm.
And I thought their rationale for why they wanted to do this made a lot of sense. And primarily because we have a master plan for that whole area. And the way we handle everything in that area right now, everything's individually reviewed by the planning board. And in many cases, I think the administrative review could facilitate that. Other than maybe, for instance, say a large, in that, I'm not sure what lot 1, I think it is, which is the large lot. Or maybe if they combined a number of lots together. Do you recall how large each lot is of those 54 lots? Aren't they like
So, for the most part, Roger, those lots are as sort of when you think about the pattern of development out there, they're about acre lots.
okay?
So I would say for the most part, for what it's worth, for what the board has reviewed out there, I would say a lot of those projects would still wind up coming to the board with the threshold that the planning board felt comfortable with of the 30,000 square, I'm sorry, 1 acre disturbance, which is when when you're putting in a 20,000, 30,000 square foot building, you pretty easily get to an acre of disturbance, which is 43,000 square feet. So there may be 2 or 3 of those developments thus far that wouldn't have come to the board, but predominantly, I think what the board has seen, you probably would continue to see with the threshold levels where they are.
Right. I'm thinking of the current one that's before the planning board, which is the forklift, which is going to be, I believe, I think it's a 40,000 square foot building, if I'm not mistaken, combining 3 lots. And then the Manly Tubs is in that same category. But I'm kind of focusing just on the innovation district right now, because when I read this, I was trying to think about the different experiences I've had on the board with different developments in the so-called industrial parks in town. And I think the innovation district is really unique to this particular application, because almost every other, whether it's the Scarborough Industrial Park or the Pleasant Hill Industrial Park, those are the only 2 really significant industrial parks that we have in town. We have other little pockets of industry, but every time somebody comes before us, it's almost a unique situation that we have to take a look at. So personally, I think this really only applies to the innovation district, and I know that the council would like it to apply to all the industrial areas, but I'm not aware of any other, maybe the town is thinking of something else now, for the future, but I'm not aware of any large amount of acreage which would be set up similar to the innovation district in town. Even the parkway, for instance, when everything comes on the parkway, it's almost all individually reviewed. So I'm inclined to support this, but I would actually I would recommend we increase the threshold. And I'm looking at like Manly Tubs or the forklift. I can't think of the name of the forklift company. I think it starts with C. Crown, that's it. I want to keep saying Coles or something. Crown, yeah. I mean, to me, I think they're great examples because as long as they fit within the parameters that are part of the master plan, and they don't require anything going beyond that or outside that, I mean, I can really understand the market pressures on the developers trying to get these things moving and not, I mean, there's a lot of competition for that market in the greater Portland area. And this area has an awful lot to offer. And one thing I would hate to see us create a problem because we're creating a bottleneck because something's, you know, we can't decide on we want an extra set of trees here or a sidewalk here or stuff like that. As long as it's within the parameters of the master plan and we set a threshold. So if it's above, say, a 40,000 square foot building or something, then maybe it comes back before the planning board. So, and I'm not sure this would even apply, as much as I know the town council would like it to look at the other industrial areas. I'm not sure something like this really would apply to those. That's just my thoughts, my initial thoughts.
Thank you, Roger. Let's go to Rick Meinking.
Thanks. Yeah, generally speaking, I certainly think we want to be developer friendly and do all we can to encourage Scarborough's growth, smart growth. I think because this is new, I don't have a problem with the 1 acre rather than looking at it from a square foot size of a building. I think using the test of lot size seems to make a little bit more sense to me. There could be some perception if we just don't have a way in which the public can provide input, and we use this opportunity to allow public comment. And so I'd hate to kind of lose that avenue. And it could be, while I agree with administrative reviews and it's been done elsewhere, and I think it does bring a quicker turnaround on plans review and such and so forth. But maybe there's a way to put it like on a consent agenda item or a separate part of the meeting at the beginning where we allow the public to make comments on it, and it's pretty much been, vetted through the planning department and various other departments as needed from the town. So I would be inclined to go in that direction if that's any sort of help. But I'd hate to lose the ability to get the comments from the public on even minor ones. I mean, it is, we do represent the public, and we need to have that perception that we have their we got their back. That's all. Thanks for allowing my comments.
Thank you. Jay?
Can I just explore that just a little bit? Because I think, so far, I think I've heard from Roger and Rick. Well, Rick, I guess, let me come back to, so you're thinking a larger lot size threshold than the 30,000, or the 1 acre of disturbance?
No, I was thinking that maybe that's a good base to start with. It doesn't mean it has to stay that way. I mean, we could always come back and revisit it, make it larger if we wanted to. But I think at least to get the process in place and have everybody comfortable with that process, I think we should start out with the 1 acre.
Okay, so so good, thank you. I wanted to be sure I was clear on that. And so we do have the abutters notification in there, but what you're suggesting is some way to have that still vetted through the planning board as well as through the staff review process. Is that what I'm?
Yeah, I mean, I'm, take a look at the tower, for example. That certainly had more impact than just the immediate abutters. And, I just think it's important that we have a pathway for them to voice their opinions, the public. Yep.
Jay, would the tower would have been considered a major? That's something would have come to the planning board anyway, correct?
That was not in one of the allowable zones, but I think the other thing.
Well, I just use it as an example,
Yeah,
maybe
I
the
guess
community
what I would
building.
say, that's one of the items where I think staff, where we have the public comment, my feeling is, and recognizing that at this point, being the planning director, that could change, but pretty much if we were to see an item that had that level of interest. There was a recent project in the innovation district, in the industrial district down on Washington Avenue, Manson Libby, where it was just a renovation of internal space. That's something that I think as the director, I would have brought to the planning board. So I do think, one of the things we've talked about so far in this language is that there's opportunity for the applicant to sort of bypass the administrative review process and come straight to the board. There's been the, staff can recommend things come to the board. And then we also have this notion of a public comment. And certainly I think I can speak for myself as staff. If we receive public comment, that's something I could assure board members that would come back to you. But this was certainly an issue that was raised at council as well. That if there's interest, maybe the opportunity be for the public to request an item come before the board. And, I sort of reflect on, my 14 years of doing development review in town. And there's very few things that have happened in the industrial districts that have generated any sort of public interest. And so I think those that will are going to generate such public interest that is pretty clear it's going to come to the planning board. I think, there's been a lot of times when it's a small, addition off the back of an existing building of 10,000 square feet. And it's sort of like, well, there's no design standards. So anyway, but that's just something to think about as we think about this issue. Sorry, I don't mean to.
No, that's okay. Jen?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Oh.
Yes, okay. Just
I
to
can't
kind
hear
of,
you.
just to, build on some of the comments that Jay just had, perhaps in the alternative way, I think, if we also had this opportunity for public comment and some of the other criteria that have been put forth, which I think are good ideas, the 1 acre of disturbance, the public noticing component. I think, just to reiterate, Jay, I think we'll all see that, that fits certain projects and doesn't fit other projects. But I do appreciate the thoughtfulness by all involved to this point to build in this kind of check and balance where, basically any party, that be the town staff, a project team, or anyone from the public, have the opportunity to have the full board hear their project if they desire. I think is important because A, that's how we've been doing it to date, and B, that's kind of our job here. So, we're familiar with seeing those full packages. I did read through the comments that Nick submitted because he wasn't going to be able to be here tonight, and he did kind of lay out sort of the same type of process that Rick was describing about having, applicants be kind of their own category at the beginning of an agenda, and then have basically like an up or down vote by the board, which I thought, makes some sense, particularly if materials have been submitted and anyone on the board, has a chance to look at those and just, say, yep, sure, this is totally something that staff can handle because it's fairly de minimis and, or not. Anyway, so I thought that was good, and I missed it the first time around, but in rereading that's Nick's letter. I guess I just have a question about whether have we thought that far ahead about whether or not those materials would be available for the board or the public to review prior to an item being requested or decided on as something that would be administratively reviewable.
Yeah, and I think in the conversations, and forgive me if it wasn't the planning board workshop, maybe it was a conversation with long range planning or elsewhere. The notion of doing this sort of have it on the planning board agenda for the planning board to give it a thumbs up or thumbs down. While I think the problem that has been identified with that is, one, the planning board is having to do your full review. You're now, it's not sort of relieving you as volunteer members with full agendas from having to do a full review. So that's one issue. I think the other thing I think about is from the development perspective, why not just go to the planning board straight away? Because if you're having to go to the planning board and sort of wait for an approval and they may say yes or no, where you put the full application for full planning board review, you could get approved in one night. So have you really gained any time where if the planning board says no, now you're put on the back of the agenda? It sort of creates this complex thing. But one thing I think Jamel and I and Angela might have been part of that conversation too, we're talking about is, this would probably be one of those items that we would, certainly as we do now at the end of meetings, sort of recognize when we say, hey, we held a pre-construction meeting for X, Y, and Z. And we currently have our very de minimis administrative reviews that we reference. I would think this would be an element that we reference. I also think, and certainly all the items would be part of a public record. So anyone could view those at any time. I think the other thing that we built into the ordinance to ensure that the public, at least the way it's crafted right now, and we can certainly talk about that, is there is an opportunity for an appeal that, like there is with any planning board decision, with any staff decision, anyone could appeal that, and that appeal actually goes to the full planning board. So that was how this current draft sort of aims at that question. I think we were talking about pinging off of Rick's comment about the public notice was really sort of on the back end. But maybe what we're starting to hear is maybe we want to talk about that on the front end.
So can you just quickly, and I apologize if this was outlined in more detail in the material submitted, but my guess is it was, if so, it was just like a broader view. But say hypothetically an applicant, maybe somebody new to town, a new team that's not perhaps as familiar with our site plan approval process as some others, comes to town and wants to see a project. Maybe they're not aware of this administrative review process, but for them, maybe it doesn't matter. But say they come to you for a pre-app meeting, presumably. So what would that look like? You would say, hey, this looks like a project that could potentially be handled at the administrative review. Development team says, okay, sure, great. We'd prefer not to, have the full board review, or vice versa. What does that look like for us, for the planning board and the public? Does it just show up do those type of projects just show up in their own category on an agenda like you just described? Or is there some other way that gets noticed or added to the either our agendas or the public? What does their public notification look like after that?
So what the public notification talks about right now is that we do mailings to abutters within 500 feet. That's how and that's essentially how the site plans that come before this board are notified. So abutters within 500 feet. So we really are following the same notification.
Okay, and it would be published on an agenda or not published on a planning board agenda, because it would just be sort of a discussion item within a category for, I think we call them staff updates or something right now.
Yeah, I think right now, like I said, the pre-construction and the de minimis administrative reviews that we currently do fall under our staff review comments, but certainly that's something that could be enhanced, and we could add a new byline that sort of talks about administrative review projects or something to that effect where they get listed.
I'm just curious because if you weren't necessarily, and again, this is maybe like really reaching here, because I know the intent is to handle sort of like fairly straightforward projects in pretty small zoned areas, but say you weren't necessarily within that direct abutters list, but had either a question or felt that this proposal was going to somehow impact you in a way that you wanted to comment on it. If that were the case now for any site plan or project that the board hears, anyone from the public could go and look up an agenda and say like, okay, yes, I see 999 US Route 1 is a project on the agenda. I'm going to tune into that meeting, or I'm going to go to that meeting because I have something to say about it, even if you didn't necessarily receive a direct notice. And then it's just kind of like, just another catch, I guess, for people to
Right, so what I'm hearing is
notified on.
an interest to have an agenda like we do with the planning board's agendas. Again, we notify butters within 500 feet, but then we post the agenda in town hall and we post it on the website, something similar to that where it's,
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be helpful. And aside from actually adding those line items, shouldn't be too, add too terribly much to the plate. But I just think in the interest of making sure that these types of projects still are available to the public, citizens or other companies or whoever. I just think that's one other way that maybe we could help with that. And other than that, I think the other comments that have been made are good, and I'm interested to see how this works out if it moves forward, and sort of agree with some of the comments earlier about kind of starting with the guidelines that we've laid out, and if we find that to be working well or needing some tweaks, seeing how that same process may be applicable either for other zones or other size developments or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good foot forward.
Right, thank you.
can I ask just a clarifying question? I'm sorry to keep doing this. But Ms. Ladd, you mentioned that you are in general agreement with the comments we've heard thus far. And I just want to, just because I know Roger had mentioned sort of taking a different pathway in terms of just applying this to the CPD, the Crossroads District, the Innovation District or zone within the Crossroads, and not applying it to the industrial and light industrial. I just want to be sure because it sounded like Rick was okay with the concept as laid out in the language. And Rick, correct me if I go astray here. But Roger was talking about narrowing that. And so I guess I'm not sure where you stand on that question.
Sure. Yeah, thanks. I forgot they had those differing comments. My general sense would be that I think it would be a good test, because this is not a process that we currently have. So we're just sort of, rolling it out here to apply it to a limited area. And I think the relatively newer, the newer master plan for the innovation district sort of lends itself well to taking a look at that. And if we find, we also know that we're continuing to see, at least in recent trend has been a series of, frequently seeing these projects come in for the innovation district, that this would be a really good opportunity to kind of try this on for size, figure out how it's going, and then, like I said, apply to other zones or consider the different limits for, the criteria for the administrative review process may be adjusted to fit additional projects in town.
And so am I hearing that to mean to start with the crossroads?
That's
And
what
and at this
yeah.
point, not include the light industrial? Is that,
Yes.
okay.
All right, thank you, Jen. Rick DePerry.
Okay, so I think that the idea behind this, if I'm correct, is so that the minor projects in the industrial, light industrial, and maybe the crossroads that don't necessarily have, huge impacts on the residential districts and the community in general, are reviewed and approved by staff. So my thought is we have an extremely, extremely competent staff. We are very lucky to have the people we have, like Jay and Angela Jamel and the others that work for the town. And as you all know, we don't get through these agendas every night, and it's already after 7 and the first person's still waiting. So, I hate to be the hard person every time, but if staff feels that they can take care of it, then I think that it is in the best interest of the town and the applicants if they do that. Now, as Rick mentioned, I think it's important that the abutters are notified, which of course they will be. And if there's a glutton of public comment, or if there's public comment that Jay and Angela and the rest of the staff feel that we need to be aware of so that they need our involvement, then I wholeheartedly agree that we should be involved and we should help. But I think that we've been talking about, well, maybe we can do it here, maybe we can do it there, maybe it could be half acre, maybe it could be an acre. I think that the way that it was written up and the way Jay explained it is the way that we should do it. We shouldn't really be putting any limitations on it that the staff doesn't feel. So I support it. I think that we should try it. And if they need our help, they'll ask for it. And if they don't need our help and they can move some things along, that would be great, because we do have, I feel strongly from conversations I've had with people in the town that there are people that feel that it's not the easiest town to get something built in, and that's a shame, because I hate to see good businesses and good services for the community go to other communities because we can't get them, an approval in a timely manner. So that's my thoughts.
All right, thank you, Rick. Russell. Russell, you're
Thank you.
muted. Okay, there
Yep,
you go.
sorry about that. Good discussion. I've been through this back where I come from, sort of gone through the evolution of this process in the past. My only comments, and I thought the comments so far have been excellent. You're relying on the discretion of seasoned professionals here. Jay has been doing this for 14 years here in this town. He's supported by Angela and Jamel and others, and all of that, as you said, Rick, is true. I guess I sort of counter that with thinking about what is our role ultimately here, because the staff in the planning department may not be quite as visible as the planning board at times, and other times probably it's the other way. But should we have some sort of reporting mechanism, Jay, perhaps, so that we know of the projects that have gone through your review, and you at least report on those to the board? Maybe we're not hampering you from your decision making, but we're at least made aware of it, formally made aware of it, and there's an opportunity. Here's the one rub, and this is the only thing I'll mention that is substantive, and that is that after a decision's taken, if there is public comment after that, that might be something that we wish we had heard early on. We don't really have a mechanism to deal with that. It's my only thought. What do you say to that, Jay?
Let's see. So I guess just a point of clarification. So there is, once a decision is made, there is a window, an appeal window of 30 days. But you are absolutely correct. If a decision is made and then, building permit, those 30, that appeal period goes by and then a building permit is pulled and something goes in and then there's issues, much like a planning board decision or any other decision, it is cast.
Right. And so because ultimately that could come back to the planning board by way of a complaint from a citizen in the town, it would just be nice to have some sort of reporting mechanism so that we know what decisions were taken by the staff. That's all I have, Rachel.
All right, thank you very much, Russell. Let me just, keeping Rick Duperry's admonition to move faster in mind. Couple of things. I think the 1 acre works. I would recommend that it be not just the innovation, but also the other light industrial and light industrial areas. We don't know what's built, if everything is fully built out. And I would imagine if all of a sudden somebody wanted to do a very substantial renovation or expansion, that would include for those areas, and it might be administrative review because the expansion might not be enough to trigger the major review. I think a couple of things. One that came to mind is that as the planning department puts the agenda up for the planning board meeting, it might want to think about if it's possible to put something up that says the following plans have been submitted for minor administrative review, and the name of the plan and the site, so that somebody looking for the planning board would also at that point see see what is coming up to the staff for administrative review. And then the abutters would get the notice and they could have an opportunity. Somebody who hears that something's going in can check the planning board website and see that, yes, there is something going on and can get more information on it. Then we close the loop at the end when the staff has made a decision on the administrative review. They come to the planning board and as part of the staff comments, they indicate that we approved X, Y, and Z, that would be used as the trigger for a 30 days appeal notice. So therefore there would be a record of the planning board that such an event has happened, that there has been that review, and people have an opportunity then to appeal, and they know what the date is when they would have to launch an appeal, and it would be 30 days from the planning board meeting at which the staff gave us the information, gave us the decision. I do think we need to make every effort to make sure that people who want to make a comment do make a comment, especially as long as it's timely. Comments a year later just really don't help too much. I like the idea that basically anybody can move it forward. In other words, if they really want the full review of the planning board, they get the full review of the planning board. If they think that they can work with the staff, get their issues ironed out, and get that sort of administrative review done following the guidelines that have been proposed, then more power to them, and it might move faster. They might find out as they're going along and the staff makes an administrative review and makes a decision, the developer or the abutters might decide they don't like what that is, they appeal it. They can appeal it to us. So I think the public is covered. I think this is a good opportunity to see what we can do. I'm, obviously in favor of taking it forward with just some tweaks here and there. I think what I'm hearing is, by and large, most people think the 1 acre works. Roger, I'll get you in just a minute. Most thinks that the 1 acre works. I think I hear a division on whether we're going to expand it beyond the innovation. I don't hear anybody willing to, die on that hill one way or the other. But I do recommend that we continue with what's in there. Roger?
Yes, on the last comment, Rachel, I have a couple of comments, but on the last one, even though I've mentioned, I stressed the innovation district, I'm not wedded. I mean, the town council wants to look at the whole thing. I personally don't see it applying that often to anything else in town that I can foresee, that I'm aware of, where the innovation district, it does absolutely fit that to a T, I think. The other thing I want to, a couple of things. I think, I'm not sure who brought it up, but I think, and I know it's in Nick's memo, I think bringing this up at the beginning of the meeting is really a good idea. And I also would couple that with the comments that Jamal makes at the end of the meeting, where he talks about they've had a meeting with the other departments. Because if the public is looking in on one of our meetings, they'll tune in at 6:30, but they may not hang around to 9:30 or 10 o'clock or 10:15 or whatever it is to find out what's going on after that. So the more you can let the public know what's going on, I'm all for that. The only, and it certainly the same applies to the abutters and all that, and the appeals and all that. The only thing the question I have, and I guess I would direct this to Jay, if the lots in the innovation district are 1 acre right now, I mean, we would essentially be reviewing everything then, wouldn't we?
Yeah, Roger, as I said, by and large, I think you would have reviewed most of the projects you've reviewed so far. There may be 2 or 3 that were under the acre of disturbance. I haven't pulled out the plans to assure that, but I can think of the potential maybe score builders. Jamel, you might have mentioned Dukas previously, or maybe now I'm making that one up, but by and large, I think most of those projects would have come before you. I think the one thing, and it might have been Jen who mentioned it, as you noted, there's not a ton of available area in some of the other industrial parks or industrial areas we have in town, though there are certainly some parcels. I think where we might see this come into play more in the existing industrial zones is really around the additions, a 10,000 square foot addition to an existing building, those sorts of things that currently trigger full site plan review, less about a new site coming in. Because by and large, most new sites do disturb more than an acre. It surprisingly doesn't take much to get to an acre of disturbance. So
I guess the reason I raise it, Jay, is because it's my belief that Crossroads brought up the whole concept, is because there's 54 lots in the innovation district, and I think I don't want to read their minds, but I think they see us going through the same process for every single one. Sidewalks, trees, benches, things like that. And a lot of this stuff and they've only developed, what about maybe 8 or 10 lots so far in there that have been before us, I think. So there's still quite a few remaining to go And I'm just wondering whether 1 acre is too small a threshold. You know, that's my only, otherwise I have no problem with the rest of this.
All right, thank you. Just two final comments from the chair. One is that given the Innovation District and the way they're reconfiguring lots, it's quite possible that as time goes on, I think it's lot 30 now, whatever is left over from Crown Lift, that may be under the acre. We can't predict what's going to happen as they reconfigure. We may end up with a few more lots that are under the acre. We just don't know. I would suggest that we take a look at putting the administrative review at the beginning of the planning board agenda. It's an information item. It is not discussable. So that we don't lay ourselves open to all of a sudden a lot of public comment for something that's already happened. That's a way to get it out early for those people who want to see what we're doing. If they have an interest just in that, they tune in first, they get it. They're not waiting until 10:15. Does that work for you, Roger?
Putting it in the beginning of the agenda?
Right, as an information article, information item, not discussable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so let's recommend, seeing general semi nods.
Yeah.
Close enough. All right,
Yeah,
thank you. Is there,
one other thing, Rachel,
Yep.
to Jay, in this here, I didn't get a chance to go through all the pages because quite a few were blank. But is it based on the land, the acre, or the building size? Because some communities have the building and others use the amount of land. Is it
Correct.
1 acre?
Yep, so what we talked about the workshop back in October, the planning board felt that an acre of disturbance, so it's not a building area and it's not even paved area, it's an acre of disturbance. So disturbance includes stormwater features, areas that they're having to grade in association with parking lots. So it's an acre of disturbance. So
Okay,
10,000 square foot building could have an acre disturbance. You know, who knows?
Because out there at the Innovation District right now, I mean, that's as you're going into those, the next phase, that's pretty flat land right out there. So I'm not sure how much disturbance there would be there.
I think that's something that we'll find out if this passes the town council and the ordinance
Okay.
changes. And we'll have a chance then to say, oops, maybe we should have tried something else, or this is working. So Jay, do you have what you need from us?
I believe I do what I think I'm hearing, and certainly Doreen's been taking minutes, but certainly some more work on public notification and public process, I think is unanimous in largely in the discussion. There's some discussion around the thresholds and which zones this applies to, but I think I'm hearing the majority inclined to go with the position that's laid out. But that there certainly are some other thoughts in that regards. I think those are sort of the main thresholds. As I said, Doreen's been taking minutes, and that will be reflected and sent along to the council.
All right, thank you. Roger,
Rachel, just one more
something
thing, if I may.
Yeah, kind of
Just one
short.
When this is before the Long Range Planning Committee, Jay, is Crossroads involved in that discussion at all?
So this is actually going to go back to council. So long range planning committee, I don't think has seen this in quite some time. That discussion, certainly, as you noted, this discussion started with the Downs submitting a letter in December of 18. And so they were at the first initial meetings. Quite truthfully, I don't recall if they were at the October workshop or not. I just don't have that at my total recall here.
I believe they were.
Okay. And I know they're certainly on tonight's, they have a number of items that are following this discussion. I think I can see a number of their names in the list of attendees.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, and I'm pretty sure, and Dan will correct me later in the meeting, but that I sent along the draft language to them as well early in the process.
I'll take the rest of the night off, Rachel.
Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is the Crossroads Holding LLC request a master plan amendment review for the town center residential subdivision at the Downs, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Jamil?
Thank you, Rachel. So this project's located in the existing town center residential neighborhood plan development that was approved by the board back in January of 2020. The applicant's proposing to amend the approved master plan for the existing plan development area to expand the area directly to the north of the project limits and add a new permitted use residential long-term care facility. So as requested during the prior round of comments, the applicant did provide a comparison of the approved master plan and the proposed modified master plan, just as a comparison, and should present that to the board this evening. Staff has also suggested that the applicant expand the proposed mixed-use corridor area as depicted on the existing plan into the proposed expansion area between Scarborough Downs Road and Front Runner Way, as allowing a mix of these uses within this area would help to start the transition between the residential areas of the project and the future town center. In regards to sewer capacity, staff does recognize that there are certain capacity limitations for the existing Route 1 sewer infrastructure, and it appears that the applicant's proposing to utilize this system for a large portion of the modified master plan area. So staff has recommended the applicant provide an additional note on the preliminary infrastructure plan, just indicating that when capacity has been reached for the Route 1 system, that all flows shall be redirected to other sewer networks as appropriate. And as stated in the last round of review comments, it does appear that the preliminary infrastructure plan does not include all of the existing proposed electrical and water utilities, so the plan should be revised accordingly. And staff did provide the board with a draft motion for your consideration this evening. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And who is speaking on behalf of the Crossroads?
I'm going to Rachel.
Okay.
Good evening, Dan Bacon here on behalf of the Downs team. Also joined by Drew and Margot from Goral Palmer in ALA, and Rocky's on here somewhere. I don't think his camera's on right now, but thanks for introducing this item, Jamal. I'm going to quickly do a screen share here. And as Jamal indicated, this is an amendment to the master plan that applies to our town center residential district. That's the area that the board is very familiar with and has been reviewing subdivisions and site plans within over the past year or so. And I've pulled up our overall plan for the project and outlined roughly the area that we're proposing to add to the current town center residential district. So you'll see outlined in red here the area that's really between the grandstand and the clubhouse in the current town center residential district. And it's the area up until just recently that we've been trying to avoid because it includes the inner and the outer track for the harness racing operation that we're now kind of able to work within because harness racing, that component of the business is closed. So we're coming forward in light of that to expand what's been a very successful kind of mixed residential neighborhood to include another 11 acres just to the south of that area, the clubhouse, the grandstand. Pivot to the next, went too fast. So this amendment has that objective to expand our residential district to include an additional 11 acres, also enable us to kind of execute the interconnected streets that are expected of the zone and the residential neighborhood. And the other two kind of key things we're doing with this amendment is as we work our way north, more towards the mixed use of the project, we're expanding the district to allow for more of the mixed uses envisioned in the center of the project. So most particularly a senior living type facility. There's a outfit that's very interested in this area of the project, and we think is a great kind of fit to transition from the residential neighborhood that we've been working on up towards the grandstand. So this amendment would allow for long-term care facilities within this area of the Crossroads zone. So this amendment does that as well. And the final thing the amendment does is, since we're making these updates to the master plan, we thought it was appropriate to update the master plan to reflect our current kind of street grid and layout. As we've gone from master planning to harder engineering and more detailed design, we've made some generally kind of modest, subtle adjustments to the street grid. And we thought that the current master plan should reflect what we've learned in the work that we've done since about a year and a few months ago that we established a town center master plan to begin with. So just to quickly walk through the various plans that we've updated as part of this amendment. This is our preliminary infrastructure plan, and this illustrates at a high level the infrastructure layout of not only the approved town center residential area, but also the expansion area. So staff had a few comments on this one I just wanted to speak to. One is around kind of showing the complete network. We use kind of arrows, more of the kind of the landscape design approach to illustrating infrastructure, where we sort of show arrows of this is the way underground power will go, this is the general way the water and sewer network will be interconnected. We're pleased to kind of show them in a more complete way, but it wasn't to suggest that it wouldn't be fully served by the various infrastructure. So we're pleased to kind of update the plan along those lines. Generally, water, sorry, some snow fell off my roof. Excuse me. We're showing the water connection and circulation pattern, the public water service. One thing that we've learned since our last master plan review is working with the water district, we're likely to connect the water line over to the Sawgrass neighborhood up in this location. This is a change from the last time you saw this about a year ago. But that'll be a primary kind of water line to loop the water line system with an adjacent property. The other, I think, key element here is around the sewer layout and sort of the break as to where sewer, the part of this district that will continue to flow to Route 1, and then a break for when the Route 1 system is at capacity, or the conveyance is at capacity to get to Route 1, where we'll connect over to a new pump station. And so we've generally shown this by way of this yellow line showing a connection of this area. That's a darker beige, likely flowing over to a new pump station that's shown here on the Downs Road that would connect out to Higas Parkway. And we're also showing an area kind of in the middle of this district that may be able to go to Route 1 or may need to flow to that new pump station. That's really going to be dependent on working with the sanitary district and the ultimate number of units and kind of flows in these areas. But we're pleased to have kind of a plan note added to the master plan to, as staff suggested in staff comments, to kind of make that clear. This is the updated open space plan. It's very similar to the original, with kind of the natural buffers on both edges of the district, and then having the neighborhood green space and common areas extended and accurately shown within the district. So as you'll see here in black outlined, that's the new area added to the district. This is the updated connectivity plan, where we're showing the interconnected street grid and the pedestrian network, and it extending up towards the center of the project, as you'll see here and here, and a realigned kind of Hackamore Avenue to make the street connection and also that water line connection over to Sawgrass, and to provide a crank in the street to kind of for traffic calming reasons. And then this is the updated conceptual master plan. So again, outlined in the black dashed lines is the new area. As the board likely remembers from your last review of this, we did a sort of a shading that shows mixed use to the higher density portions of the district to the moderate to low density. So really from Downs Road, working east is a transition from the mixed use or higher density to the lower density within this area to the east. And we're doing the same type of progression or transition from kind of the center of the project towards the downtown. I think staff brought up and we responded to updating this plan, really kind of showing this next area to the north being more of the mixed use and higher density residential areas. This area right here is where we're working with that senior living company to locate. So that would fall under the mixed use category of residential, commercial, or senior housing. And we've added similar designation in this area. Again, to the east, we're really picturing that being more of the single family or duplex kind of lower density for this zone along that edge, recognizing it's furthest from the Downs Road and the primary transportation routes, and it's closest to the residential neighborhoods on that side of the project. This is the prior or the current conceptual master plan, and staff asked for us to show the comparison, speak to it a bit. As I mentioned, many of the updates are more minor in nature and really are reflective of what we now know in terms of the actual street grid locations. They're generally in the same places, but they're more refined. One of the kind of the bigger changes is as you can see here, there's this kind of central street or public street on the original master plan. And given the success of using some alleyways in the first phases of this area, and kind of those pocket neighborhoods or different types of housing fronting greens, we've moved away from having this be a public street and are proposing to rely on more alleyways, driveways, units that face greens in this area. So that's one of the changes that might be more obvious if you kind of toggle between these different plans. Other than that, it's adding, again, this area to the north, and more accurately showing the road layouts as we now have them designed after a year of figuring out this part of the project. So I think with that, I'll stop on my presentation and pleased to answer board or staff questions.
Thank you, Dan. This is subject to a public hearing and public comment. Angela or Doreen, could you take a look and see if we have anybody with hands up?
Not seeing anyone yet.
All right. Then let us continue. We do have a draft motion for this. Let me just turn this over to the board with substantive comments. Anybody have a concern?
My only comment is just that I do think it's important, as you've done in some of the prior phases, to identify clearly the areas that you're intending for mixed use development. I think that was a staff comment as well, but I just think it really helps kind of paint the picture for what you are planning on here. And I know you have some of those labels for, like I said, previous developments or portions of this phase. I just think that's helpful, and I think it's a great addition to your proposed build out here.
Thank you, Jen. Anyone else? All right, Roger. Roger,
Just
you're muted.
a point of curiosity from Dan. In his presentation, he referred to senior living facility as well as a long-term care facility. Are they one and the same, or is he talking about two different entities?
So I kind of blended zoning definitions with what the operation does. So Roger, the Crossroads zone overall allows long-term care facilities, which are maybe the best way to put them might be assisted living and or memory care. I think are both examples of long-term care facilities. And so this operation would have both of those activities within it. They also would have independent living, which I think would fall in a definition of senior housing. So I called it a senior living facility because they do 2 or 3 different things within the building, one of which is a long-term care facility.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Just one brief comment. I echo Jen's comment about a little more clarity on what's the commercial area. Shading is nice, but it doesn't necessarily help when we're trying to figure out, okay, this is commercial, but this must be just high density. And the staff had asked that you be a little more explicit on putting in, I think, mixed, what did they ask? That you label the proposed expansion area as potential mixed use area, just to be clear, in case there are folks who don't have color printers or can't tell the color discrimination. So I'd appreciate if you could do that. Hearing no more comments, I have a draft.
I got a comment,
Okay,
Rachel.
Rick, go ahead.
Yeah, I just for curiosity, are you looking at kind of a campus setting here where there'd be a licensed facility, and then the feeder for that licensed facility would be the elderly or the senior housing? Is that the kind of vision that you're having for that area?
Rick, the end user that we're working with would have one building, and they'd have the 3 different types of senior housing within it.
Okay, so some would be licensed in at PNMI facility, but you're not doing any skilled nursing facility there. That would probably, would you?
There would be memory care, and there would be assisted. So I think there would be some amount of nursing
There's
care.
a traffic thing with, when you start getting into real nursing facilities, it usually requires more staffing levels or higher.
Rick,
and so you would have more vehicle traffic.
Yeah, Rick,
I think it's a great idea.
Just remind you that this is a conceptual master plan amendment, and anything that's going in there will come before us.
Yeah, I just was looking for the vision.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, we have a draft motion. Angela, could you get it up on the screen? Thank you. I move to approve the conceptual master plan titled Town Center Residential Neighborhood proposed by Crossroads Holding LLC as depicted in the application materials packet prepared by Aceto Landscape Architects dated February 2021 with the following condition. Number one, address the remaining comments noted in the staff review memo dated 2/22/21 related to the master plan approval and as discussed with the planning board. Do I
Second,
hear a second?
second,
We have a second. Any comments? All right, Doreen, would you call the roll?
Roger Beely,
yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Rick Duperi,
Yes.
Russell Scudder.
Yes.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you very much, folks. Stand by. You'll be on, after a while, several times.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, boy.
We now have before us a Firehouse Ventures LLC has requested a preliminary subdivision and site plan review for 246 US Route 1, Assessors Map U43, lots 56 and 66. I should point out that this is on their materials that they initially submitted. It said final site plan. It is not a final site plan. It is a preliminary subdivision and site plan. Jamil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this project's located in the TBC zoning district at the former town public safety building property located along US Route 1 in the Oak Hill neighborhood. The applicant's proposing a mixed-use development consisting of a 31-unit apartment building for affordable senior housing, the renovation of the former public safety building for a mix of uses, and provides a construction site for commercial and bank use at a later date. So given the project's location along the Route 1 corridor in Oak Hill, providing safe access for the site will be a critical part of the review process with the board. Given that the site has frontage on 3 streets, the site plan review standards do require access to be provided off the street where there is lesser potential for traffic congestion. However, with projects with significant traffic volumes, such as this one, the board can consider access to more than one street. So staff and the town's traffic consultants have suggested an enter-only driveway along Fairfield Road, given that the Route 1 intersection with this street is a historically high crash location. This would direct Route 1 southbound traffic onto Westwood Avenue, which provides for safer conditions when turning left onto Route 1. So the applicant and the board should be sure to discuss these traffic recommendations this evening. Staff has also noted that the project requires a 25-foot wide buffer along the southerly property boundary, given that the site abuts a residential district. So staff has recommended that the applicant provide additional plantings adjacent to the proposed apartment building to help soften any impacts from the building, and also provide details about the proposed screen fence and provide a detailed inventory of the existing vegetation along the southwest property line to ensure that the buffering requirements will be met. Staff has also noted that the applicant's proposing to relocate the existing Betts Diner Memorial along Route 1. The town's Historic Preservation Commission has had an opportunity to informally review this proposal and has requested that the applicant provide additional details in regards to relocating the memorial as proposed. And the applicant should also be prepared to discuss the proposed design of the apartment building with the board. And staff also did note that the building elevations provided for the former public safety building appear to depict the existing conditions, and future submissions to the board should include the proposed elevations, including materials and colors. And at this point, I think Angela would like to discuss some stormwater management comments. Thanks.
Since our original staff comments, I know I've had the opportunity to speak with the design engineer, and I know Sam is on the meeting tonight. So our original comments were geared towards what planning board and staff has discussed in the past is really in some of these dense or infill areas is just being conscious of abutting property owners and how stormwater is running off the properties and not impacting abutting properties. So I think Acorn is on board with that, and it sounds like has made some modifications to address that, which staff at this point has not gone over in detail because the resubmission hasn't happened yet. But I'm confident that we were on the same page when we left that meeting, and I'm sure Sam can speak to that further. That's all I have.
Thank you. Jamel, do you have anything else?
I do not. I'm all set. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the applicant, who will be speaking?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Board. My name is Jack Soley, and in partnership with Tim Hebert, we are excited to formally introduce to you to our adaptive reuse of the former fire and police station on US Route 1. With us, our team is Jesse Thompson from Campbell Thompson Architects, Sam LaBelle from Acorn Engineering, and Nate Howes from Avesta Housing. Unfortunately, Tom Errico, who is our traffic engineer, could not be with us this evening because he had a conflict of a meeting in Brunswick as well. But Sam will be able to answer questions, or any of us, for the traffic issues that may arise. So just in broad terms, I would just like to talk about sort of conceptually, our idea was to create a pedestrian-friendly village center. It had been, as you know, as the public safety facility, it has been a large commercial site for many years. And our intention is to create a safe center with internal pathways that will include a environmentally responsibly built apartment building for Scarborough senior residents at the rear of the site. And we hope to include as many environmentally responsible facets of this construction as possible, including solar energy. And you'll see when we get to that facility, that new building, the apartment building, you'll see that we've actually angled the roof specifically to include solar panels on the roof. We also hope to use durable and attractive materials for everything we do on the site. And we have put a tremendous amount of energy and thought and discussion into the site in both mobility around the site and our hope is, again, for seniors on the site and their ability to traverse the site, as well as traffic entering and leaving the site. So that's the big picture. We have had a lot of interest in terms of tenants, but as a result of COVID, we unfortunately have not been able to secure tenants as rapidly as we would have hoped. We, in fact, just this weekend, we have formally signed a gym, which is the Maniac. It's called the Maniac Community Fitness Gym, which we think will provide great synergy with the Avesta Senior Housing at the rear of the lot. And that's really our goal, is to create a site where there is synergy among all of the tenants, as you can see in the former fire station, which is depicted here. We are also hoping to bring a bakery and food market, as well as a fish market, into the front building, which is a concept which we're still working on. So that's big picture. I'm going to turn it over to Sam, who can walk you through some of the details, and all of us will be available for questions as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Sam LaBelle from Acorn Engineering, the civil engineer on the project. So most of you probably remember last October, we were in front of you for the sketch plan review. And since then, we've considered your feedback as well as staff's, and have added another layer of thought and design into the plans, and are pleased to be back before you tonight with a fully baked application. Since we met, we've also defined the phasing of the project and really simplified the overall site circulation and layout. A couple weeks ago, we also sent invitations out to all neighbors within 500 feet. And then last Thursday, we held a neighborhood meeting over Zoom. So those folks that attended had a preview of tonight's presentation and were encouraged to join this meeting. Tonight, we are seeking preliminary approval from the board for this site subdivision application and hope to be back before you next month seeking final approval. So I'm sure you're all well acquainted with the site. Just looking at the existing conditions here, of course, we have the former public safety facility, very, very close to the Route 1 Black Point intersection, comprising 2.5 acres and served by 7 curb cuts. You can see flanked by 3 streets. So the focus on this proposal, which we're calling phase 1, is renovation of the existing building, as well as construction of the residential units. Phase 2 would likely entail a bank or a credit union and be situated in this green area along Route 1 and would be subject to its own separate site plan review. So toggling between the existing conditions and the site plan, you can see besides the new structure, one of the most notable changes is the treatment along Route 1 and the closure of about 80 feet of existing curb cut. We are proposing one small driveway off Route 1. It's currently restricted to enter-only movements. We've studied the circulation in depth, and as discussed at the sketch plan in the fall, we elected to close 3 of the 7 curb cuts, but keep a small driveway off Route 1 with limitations for the many benefits it provides to the site and surrounding street networks. So just walking you through the site layout at the top right, we have the proposed 3-story apartment building that would be managed by Avesta and provide 31 new affordable homes for seniors. To the south, or plan right, we'll be creating a dense 25-foot vegetated buffer to provide privacy. In this area, we'll also be intercepting the stormwater that currently flows from the gravel parking lot towards the neighbors. So looking to improve the site's overall stormwater management. And as Angela mentioned, we'll be documenting all those finer details in the next submission. To the north of the new building, we've created a generous green space allowing for placemaking and light recreation. This area really represents kind of a central node in the site where we've detailed the stamped pavement walkways, as well as, really trying to create a strong pedestrian connection point to the remainder of the site. One of the reasons for this, in addition to the patio and the communal space, is within the former police station, we are proposing a community room that really would link the residents to this building. In addition to the community room, the former police station along Westwood would house other small businesses such as the fitness gym, likely office space as well. Turning 90 degrees, the former firehouse that has frontage on Route 1 would be renovated for ideally 2 retailers, one of which would be a grocer. Parking for these uses would be situated for direct access to the storefronts, and the Route 1 frontage would be completely rebuilt with a vibrant 15-foot wide landscape buffer and an ADA compliant sidewalk. And lastly, kind of connecting everything together, we are proposing an outdoor patio space to supplement the retailers. This area is also where we'd be looking to relocate the existing Betts Diner Memorial that's currently at the top left of the site along Route 1. With regards to parking, this project is a great opportunity to apply the TVC provision that encourages shared use parking. With several land uses proposed in an urban setting, this project really is a prime candidate to apply this best practice, which is recommended by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. Our parking proposal really strikes the middle of the calculated range for the peak weekday and weekend demands. And we feel as though we've balanced parking supply nicely with green space, with kind of the overarching goal not to create unnecessary impervious area that doesn't get used. And the final slide I have here from a site perspective is just a glimpse at what the fully built out site could look like once phase 2 is designed. So although this application does not include this credit union structure, it's of course prudent to consider how everything will come together, both from a general planning perspective as well as a site engineering perspective. So overall, while the site presents some challenges given its current conditions and the desire to save the existing buildings, we're excited to put forth some creative problem solving and help bring Jack and Tim's vision to life by celebrating the mixed use, providing new homes, and creating a pedestrian scale campus. So that's what I've got for the site overview, and now I'll hand it over to Jesse and then Tim to run through the architecture.
Thanks, Sam. Hello, everyone. Jesse Thompson, Kaplan Thompson Architects. And just to take you through this, we're very excited to have this project. When we were approached by both the developers here and by Avesta to bring affordable housing to Scarborough, it's something that's on mission for us. It's something we work hard to do, and we've done successful projects with both Jack and Tim and Avesta before in the past. So we felt like this is a great partnership. It's also a great neighborhood to bring more homes to. My father-in-law lives just down the road, and I know he will happily come up to go to the fish market once it's here. So I think it's really great. You can see that this building, as we've laid it out, we've made sure to follow some of the principles of urban design, where we are holding on to the street setback so that along Fairfield, the building fits nicely. We've got a good buffer against the neighbors. And we've laid out a building which has some really nice pathways where the front door is right here, and it surrounds a really lovely green space where if you live here, you've got space to come out, meet your friends, to safely walk across to the market, get other places in town. But the front door to everyone's life here is on the inside of this lot where it's safe and sheltered. And then we've got apartments which all have really nice views. If you live here, you've got views of some green space. You've got buffer against the sidewalk. We've got a room for well-secured. I mean, all the things like trash and utilities are well taken care of. They can be managed without disruption to neighbors or people who live here. But it's a nice, simple building layout that we know we can accomplish. And it fits really nicely into this site with the other measures. Next slide, Sam. One thing that's been really interesting over the last years is, I think all of us are seeing this, is this amazing potential we've got where things like solar panels are now 80% cheaper than they were 10 years ago. And we really tried to look at this and say, well, what does this help architecture move forward? And so everyone on the team is trying to figure out how to bring as much sustainable energy as we can on site. And so you can see that we've laid out some areas that can be face south and face the sun on this building. And then we've pitched them towards the south and use that to sort of inspire some building form. So next slide, Sam. And you can start to see some of these gentle sloping roofs. And we've got a really nice material palette here. It's clapboards in a varying pattern. We're in right up near a residential neighborhood at the same time that we're up against the commercial neighborhoods. And this building is really the transition between the street and the neighborhood. So we have natural wood siding at the ground floor where you walk up against the building, where you're close to the building. And it's similar to a building that we've done with the same team previously. And we'll show some more images in a second, but it's sort of a cream white upper palette and a natural wood siding at the base. As you see, and with some varied texture to the siding patterns. Next slide, please. This is the overall building layout. I mean, it's a 3-story building, and you can see the sloping roofs at the top. On the bottom image is the Fairfield Road side of the building. The top is, as you'd see it from the old public safety building, on the inner side of the courtyard. But it's a 3-story building that has to be very simple, has to be affordable, but we think we can make a very elegant building and a beautiful building that meets the town's needs and the neighborhood's needs. And a very energy efficient building as well, that we can hit all of the climate change goals of the town and of our clients as well. And a really high quality building structure. So next slide, please. Here's a representation if you're looking from Route 1 and you're looking at the front door of the building. So this is, to the right is the old fire station, which is a market, it's going to be a thriving market in the future. You can see the wood base of the building, the sun's sort of washing out the clapboards, but it's it's just these preliminary images. At next hearing, we'll definitely have more detail as we look through the board's responses. But you can see how this fits together with the various buildings and it creates this new community here. Next slide. And how it fits into the site as a whole. Very roughly, the map underneath is the old parking, which will be replaced and upgraded, but you can start to see how the scale of these buildings fit together with this as a 3-story building. And last slide, or next slide. And the material palette will be similar to a building we've done in Portland called Paris Terraces that both Jack and Tim were involved in. And you can see that natural wood base, the clapboards on the upper level, casement windows, sort of wood accents, a really nice palette of materials. And next slide. This is a 4-story building, but this is going to be, so will be a full story shorter than this building, but a representation of what some of the color and tone and texture could look like on this building as it comes in. This is not the design, but something referential. And next slide. And so that's what we're showing for the new building at this point. And I'll turn it over to Tim for the renovation of the public safety building.
Thank you, Jesse. Pleasure being here tonight. My name's Tim Hebert, and one of the developers working with Jack on this project. One of the things we're very excited about, and we've been since the beginning of this project, which has been going on for us for over a year now, has really been seeing the opportunity to take these existing buildings and create kind of this little village center, a little community within a community. And I think it's been a passion of ours. We've been really trying hard over the last year or so to bring this vision to life. And as everybody can imagine, some of the issues we've all been facing with the pandemic has slowed down the process, but nevertheless, we're getting closer to the end of seeing some activity here. And, we're very excited to bring that together. So before I move on to another slide, I'll just talk about this. What you're looking at right now is just a representation that we did to look at the existing police station and try to bring in some, turn it into what we would call, or what we're referring to it as a professional building. And so, in this building, we would have, mixed use office. We're looking at even maybe a whole food type juice bar, a gym and wellness community center, fitness center, and then some other services. What I'd like to do, Sam, if you wouldn't mind going to the overall site plan for a second. So really, the site plan, what you're seeing here is our work in trying to develop a sense of community. So things that are important to us, we're really trying to do is bridge together all the buildings. As you can see from the site, it's a very walkable, friendly, just a very personal interior site, where Avesta has, graciously, with the site that their building is on the exterior, we've been able to create some really nice community green space that would be shared with everybody for the site. In addition to that, in the professional building, the existing police station, we're going to be providing Avesta with a space on the second floor that'll house their community room. Avesta's community room will not only serve the community of the building of Avesta, but it'll also be an asset to the tenants within the site, as well as really any Scarborough resident, and specifically, serve as amenity space to the Oak Hill community at large. In addition to that, we've been able to secure, as Jack had mentioned earlier, a gym. We referred to it last time, I think, as a CrossFit gym, but in reality, it's the Maniac Community Fitness Gym. They're very excited to forge partnerships with communities like ours. In fact, I've been speaking with both Avesta and the owner of the gym to forge a partnership where they can provide affordable memberships and community services to the Avesta community. We think this is a great positive influence where the gym will have some space that'll open up to the outside, and they'll be able to utilize the green space outside to spill out in classes, as well as bring people from the building, in. He's also the owner of Community Fitness, is a Scarborough resident, has a young family, and very excited about bringing their business back to Scarborough. In addition to that, in the professional building, some of the things that, we can't exactly say who they are yet, but we're speaking to in relation to building a sense of community, is a more like a senior financial planning consultant firm that's been interested in the space. In addition to that, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at more of a wellness kind of juice and smoothie bar that would add to the entire, community here. And so we really see this as an ability to be able to bring people together, develop a sense of community, provide an amenity to the community at large, and hopefully be a place that Scarborough can see as a real town village center within. And you can see the front of the existing building, and I think everybody's touched on that. And we've looked at this at previous planning board meetings as well. Our intention is wholeheartedly to bring this to fruition, what you're seeing here. And I think some of you may have suspicions about who that may be. And we would very much love to make that happen, but we're working through it, and it's just taking some time. So we're pretty excited about this development as a whole, and really bringing this to fruition. And we're underway now with some of the interior non-structural demolition inside the building, trying to do our best to make this happen as fast as possible.
Is there anything else from the applicant?
No, thank you, Chair.
All right, this item is subject to public comment. So I will ask Angela and Jamel to take a look and see if there are any members of the public out there who would like to comment. If you are out there and you would like to comment, please raise your hand so that you can be called on.
Ms. Hendricks, I see 2 hands have gone up thus far. So I'm happy to bring them in, at least as the order that I have them when you're ready.
All right, I think
At a
we can.
time.
I think we can do that, but if you could just stop sharing your screen so we can see all of the people. Thank you.
Okay, I will bring in the first speaker.
And is that Mike?
Yep, this is Mike. Can you hear me?
Mike, could you give me, give us your address, and you have 3 minutes.
8 Fairfield. I won't take 3 minutes. Thank you for the
Okay.
time. I heard a couple of things. I heard an awful lot of adjectives, I'll tell you that. Well, I guess I'll believe it when I see it. I'll ask a couple of questions. I think I heard early on that Fairfield was going to be an entry only. That is probably just about directly across from my driveway. So I'm trying to figure out exactly what the impact's going to be. We attended a number of the zoning meetings when we were against that change, knew that that was fruitless. Saying that the traffic was there, I get it. Now's the time to talk traffic. The traffic was horrible when the police and the fire station was across the street. People use Westwood and Fairfield as as an exit ramp to get to Black Point so they don't have to get to this intersection. And now you're forcing these cars to essentially come down. So I'd be curious to find out exactly what does one way on Fairfield mean, that they can enter there, but they can't leave back onto Fairfield, because that isn't what the diagram showed as far as arrows go. That would be the first thing. The second thing is the plan seems to have changed, and maybe it was preliminary before where there was green space out front facing Route 1, and things have adjusted since then, I take it. And again, I apologize, I wasn't at the neighborhood meeting. I also had a conflict. The traffic is bad. I would encourage anybody, and I'm sure you, from a planning board perspective, you hear this all the time. Hey, just come sit in the neighborhood and sit and watch and see what happens. I'd encourage you to do it. You don't even have to come in the neighborhood. You could go right down to the end of Westwood and sit where the architects are on Thornton. Sit right there and look at the number of vehicles that come down there at any given time. That's going to be magnified. Somebody's going to get hurt on this street. Somebody's going to get hurt. So if I could get the answer to the Fairfield entry question, that would be most appreciated. Thank you.
All right, Mike, we'll hear from the people who have their hands raised, and then I will ask the traffic. Does the applicant have the traffic person here? If not, I will ask Jamel to talk about it.
So,
So
Madam Chair, so Sam will be answering traffic questions in lieu of the traffic engineer who couldn't make it this evening, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. When we've finished public comments, I will ask you folks to respond to the specific questions. Thank you. Who else do we have now, Jay?
Looks like we have a Miss Pillsbury. Enable her to speak. Give me a moment. Here we go.
All right, Jenny Pillsbury. Jenny, if you could give your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry, I have an anxious dog. You heard someone outside. Jenny Pillsbury. I'm at 13 Fairfield Road. So in the diagrams and the plans, I'm the home literally right next door to the housing project that's proposed to be built. My home's the home with the boat in it. So obviously this is a huge concern for my family. We have children. The traffic, I mean, obviously we're so concerned. We've attended all the meetings. We've been doing this since last year. When we were told that it was going to be condos that were going to be built, 21 condos, and now it's 31 or 33. I'm not sure which. I've heard both numbers. That's going to be 31 to 33 apartments, which are housing projects for low-income seniors. I'm not opposed to low-income housing, but it's not something I want next to my home that's valued over $400,000, and my family's worked very hard to have and have paid taxes on, and that's not something that we're interested in. We did have our meeting last Thursday, which was terrific, and we were shown plans of the building, which is huge and tall, and that's what we'll see. That's what our neighbors across the street on Fairfield will see, and that's what all that we will see, and that's really disappointing because that was zoned as residential. The zoning got changed. We understand that. We fought that. We lost. Okay. But now we're going to have a housing project next door to our home, and that's really disconcerting. And so if you put that aside, which we're upset and obviously devastated, as if you think of your own home, if that were to happen to you in your neighborhood right next to your home, obviously, right, you would be upset. We keep talking about a sense of community. Well, we are the community. We are the folks who live there and have lived here in this neighborhood, which is a very old neighborhood for Scarborough. We've lived here a long time. We are the community, and we're not happy about having a huge housing project built right next door to all of us. That's all we will see. We worry about parking, and if they run out of parking, are they parking on our street in front of our homes? Traffic. I mean, you can't get out in traffic like now, as it's so bad. And I think you all know that. We all know we're right in the heart of Scarborough, and the traffic is so poor. It's so hard to get out. Just yesterday, Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, I tried to get out. I waited for 5 minutes. I timed it because that's how bad the traffic was on a Sunday afternoon. It wasn't me trying to go into the office. I'm really concerned about that. I know I only get 3 minutes. We obviously have a lot of concerns. It's huge. It would be so sad that our kids can't ride bikes in the street anymore, or take the dog for a walk, our little kids, because we have traffic going in and out of these buildings in our neighborhood. I mean, it's really, really upsetting for us. Thank you.
All right, now that I've unmuted myself, is it Sam who's going to respond on traffic?
Thank you, Chair. So as far as the two-way onto Fairfield, the current site plan, we are proposing to maintain two-way in and out off Fairfield. That was a peer review comment from Bill Bray, who provided the traffic review, and I expect that will be discussed tonight with the board, but the current plan as part of the application is not restricting movements off of Fairfield. We are looking at ways to encourage motorists who are leaving the site and want to go south on Route 1. We are encouraging them to find their way out of the site off of Westwood, and looking at strategies on how to tactfully provide signage internally. And then just with regards to the total traffic implications, in the AM, we're actually showing a reduction in overall peak trips, and the PM hour, we would have an increase.
Thank you. Could somebody from the applicant define the difference between low income and affordable, if there is one?
Yeah, this is Nate from Avesta Housing.
Thank
So affordable housing, is synonymous with low income housing, but I think it's important to point out that the income limit, the upper income limit we're talking about here is $42,000. So these are 1-bedroom apartments for seniors, 55 plus. These are members, most likely, of the Scarborough community who will be moving into these apartments, who want to downsize, who are living off of Social Security, who may have lost a spouse and can't take care of their 2-bedroom home anymore. That's the demographic we're talking about here. It's seniors who want to remain in their community and are just looking for a little bit of help on the rent. So to answer your question, Madam Chair, it's low-income housing is the same as affordable housing. And it's this project, we restricted to 60% of area median income, which, like I said, for a 1-bedroom household, that is $42,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other comments from the public? If not, then I declare the public comment period closed, and let us turn to the board for their comments and observations. I'll start
Madam
with
Chair,
you.
can I just jump in real quick is that okay? I just wanted to touch on the town's traffic and civil, for that matter, peer review process. So Sam did mention that the one-way entrance recommendation along Fairfield came from our traffic peer reviewer, and the board does engage with both traffic and civil peer reviews just to offer technical advice for topics such as traffic and civil. So staff is in agreement with the enter-only suggestion, just given the difficulty of having motorists, sending more motorists or additional motorists to the Route 1 intersection with Fairfield, just given its history with traffic and crashes when vehicles are trying to take a left across 2 lanes of traffic closer to the intersection and across the center turn lane. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up, that it was a suggestion from our traffic peer reviewer, and staff is in agreement with that suggestion. It's obviously up for discussion, but I just wanted to note that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamil. Let us turn to somebody who knows traffic. Jennifer?
Okay, thank you. And just probably, I'm sure this applies in all cases, but I appreciate when members of the public come and comment on how, their take on how these projects will fit into their very small communities as part of our larger community, because, while we all may think we understand traffic or other issues, it is your front yard and your direct abutters. So I know sometimes it's not always easy for people to come and give their comments, but we always appreciate them. Could someone from the development team put up a graphic? I'm trying to flip between a couple different windows here, but something that shows sort of your overall site circulation, both internally and maybe how that ties into the adjacent streets. I think you had one rendered. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so, you know, the comments we're hearing from abutters that are, and even without that, we all know that there is sort of this traffic issue, high crash location. Existing conditions here had several driveways. So, you know, certainly concerns about traffic and volume on and turning movements on and off of Fairfield. But so Sam, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but in general, the intent is for what? You have an in access off of Route 1, and you are proposing full access on Fairfield, a full access on Westwood, and then an out only on Westwood. But so you're saying that the intent is to try and help people navigate each of those choices based on where they're headed with signage. Is that right?
Yeah. As far as entering the site goes, we really feel the majority of the users of the site will come to know the street network and how it operates. That goes for the 31 homes. I mean, obviously they're going to become accustomed. And then as well as the professional building and the former police station, those are going to be people who are there 5 days a week. And so they're going to know what their best route is. Obviously, they're not going to want to wait at the end of Fairfield for 5 minutes, you know, like was just mentioned. And so that's an important thing to understand, is only a small portion of this project is retail. And that portion that is, those customers will already be towards the Westwood outlet, which is the more favorable, as it's the farthest away from the intersection. So that already is an advantage for us. And what I touched upon with the strategy for wayfinding is we've taken kind of a first stab at, you know, trying to come up with what would be helpful signs. And this is just a quick exercise and an example of what could be done, guiding people that, you know, if they want to go southbound on Route 1, then you're going to need to leave off Westwood. You know, the concern with limiting the Fairfield driveway to in only is we don't want to limit access to the public parking lot, or if you want to go north on Route 1, you know, taking a right out of there is often, that's the safest traffic movement you can make. So sometimes there's unintended consequences that go with adding limitations, and we just feel that people will come to know the site. And so that's where we stand right now.
Okay, and I have a question for staff. I debated asking or not, but I'm purely curious, and this is not meant to imply that this is happening. I'm just genuinely curious if there have been conversations prior to or outside of this development even happening about the access of, or basically the intersection of Fairfield and Route 1. I'm sit on the transportation committee as well, and so we've heard a number of times, you know, over the past few years about difficulty and safety concerns at this intersection. I just didn't know if that's any more of a thing than what we've talked about.
Can I speak to that a little bit? And I don't know if Jay wants to follow up, but I guess I want to first clarify that what we're talking about as enter only was really talking about just the driveway. So it doesn't impact the actual intersection. This peer review comments is not referring to Fairfield Street itself and any access through that for like the existing neighbors. It's really just limiting the access point to the site. So I just wanted to clarify that too. And then to your bigger question, obviously, as you said, the town has designed plans showing medians along this stretch in order to really prohibit those left turns, because this is such a problematic area and high crash location, and it continues to be. We know the problem. It's people taking that left turn, and so how do you stop them is really, signage does not tend to work. I know when we did our project at Oak Hill, that got pulled off, and it was more about the economics of it and what we had available to spend at the time. And there were a lot of other just issues around the project that ended up getting pulled. So that's still on the table for design. It's still out there. The town at this point doesn't have the mechanism to kind of move that forward. However, there are a lot of big projects in town, and when we're looking at how you solve Oak Hill, that's there. And so I would not be surprised if it becomes part of a DOT kind of permit or a bigger, larger state or regional permit project. And as you know, we have some big projects in town. So it'd be definitely part of a conversation. And it would be something that would probably come from a state or regional level, though, at this point.
Okay, thanks. So, you know, one thing that's been very clear to me through both your sketch plan presentation and the information that you've presented tonight, the team that you've brought to the table, is that you are very committed here to reuse of this site to the greatest extent that you can. And I feel like you're trying to do that in, you know, in a good way. However, I think that, and I don't know the answer, which is why I'm on this side of the table and not your side of the table, that trying to reinforce some of that suggestive direction through more than just signage would go a long way. So, you know, again, I'm not gonna, I'm not sure exactly what that looks like in terms of, you know, channelizing end caps or islands or things like that. But I agree with Angela, you know, from a personal standpoint, from a professional standpoint, and from observations around town and other places where we do have signage that say things like no left turn between certain timeframes. You know, generally that's going to influence the honest people and people who might not do that anyway. But certainly a sign isn't going to stop someone from, you know, choosing those avenues to enter and exit your site. And while I think, yes, we are all creatures of habit, and we are sort of lazy sometimes in good ways and in bad, people will end up doing what's easiest for them in terms of getting here and leaving this site. I do just wonder if there are any other ideas, and I know that you said you've vetted this extensively with your team, but you know, what else can we suggest here to really, not suggest, because the signs, in my opinion, are sort of a suggestion, but what else can we offer in terms of harder scape or infrastructure changes to really encourage people to make those traffic choices to try and not exacerbate safety issues that we already know exist on the surrounding street network? I think will be really important, not just from a safety standpoint, but also to the overall success of your site here in general. You know, people will choose to come here and leave the site in the easiest way possible, but they're also, you know, if that feels, if they don't feel like they can do that in a safe way, then maybe that's, you know, that's saying something too. So anyway, that I don't have great ideas for you, but I do just want to recognize, you know, some of those suggestions about selecting how you are going to try and encourage that strongly. Let's see, I have a couple of other notes. With regard to connection to the adjoining neighborhoods, again, that, you know, you talk a lot about how you want this to be a neighborhood within a neighborhood, which I think is great. You've emulated that through some of the other design choices that you've made, material options for the housing facility, for example, and scaling and placement within the site. But I do, the absence of pedestrian facilities to those adjacent streets is something that definitely jumps out at me too. And I think this may have come up a bit during the sketch plan presentation as well. Things like these side streets are sort of low volume, low traffic. But I just can't think of anything more inviting to your adjoining neighborhood than, hey, meet us at our property edge and come onto the site on a sidewalk that's consistent with the rest of our program, connects you to internal pedestrian walkways and pathways as well. And I think that if someone, again, if people feel like they can use, if they're safely invited to come to your site via a sidewalk, and they live just down the street, then perhaps on an occasion that's maybe one less trip that you have entering and exiting, which will definitely be helpful as well. Plus, we should all just be walking a little bit more. So that was one thing that jumped out at me when I was looking at the plans, was just the lack of sidewalks on Fairfield and Westwood to the south there. And again, one more question. Unfortunate that Tom can't be with us tonight, but the Bill Bray's peer review memo did make mention of the difference between trip generation for sort of a general retail facility and that of a more high turnover market convenience store use. And understanding, I hear you on securing attendance here, and that you're not able to, you're projecting your trips right now based on, what you're able to plan for. But I am just curious about what that difference would be. So if you do secure a more market, more high turnover tenant here, what does that mean in terms of your overall trip generation? And does that have an impact on what we might be considering, if anything, for offsite mitigation? And the reason that I bring that up is because Bill Bray included that in his review memo as something that's typically included as a condition of approval, which I generally don't really have an issue with, except that I'm not, I don't have the difference in those trip generations committed to memory. I'm working from home. I don't have my own personal IT ebooks. But I am just curious, what the scale of that difference might be, and if it might represent, is it just a minor increase? Is it an increase? Or is it a significant increase?
Yeah, I don't have that answer either, Jen. But if it would be helpful, I think, and as part of the response to Bill in our next submission, we could show what that delta would be to kind of, play that worst case scenario.
Sure, I do think that would be helpful. Yeah, I think that would be great. And other than that, the only other comment, there was a waiver requested for driveway width from 25 to 24 feet, I think, which I don't see an issue with. And I will let others take care of some of the other questions.
All right, thank you. Rick DePerry.
I have a question on parking, because, street parking isn't the best solution. We should have enough parking in this facility, and maybe you do, but could you go over again with me, how many single family units are there? There are single bedroom units, there are 31?
There are 31 bedroom units and 1 efficiency. And I can speak
Okay,
to
so that
Yeah, I can look into more parking if you would like. Avesta does its own parking analysis based on usage at our senior properties. And we found that hedging against even increased use, 0.7 spaces per unit is more than enough. I'm working on a similar project right now, similar size, 27 units in Gorham. And we did our own parking analysis there directly at the site to confirm our 0.7 threshold. And I found that the parking at that particular location was only used 40 to 50% of the time.
Okay. So let's just go over it step by step, because I like the math, but so there's 32 units, 31 one-bedrooms and an efficiency, correct?
Yes, 31 units.
Plus the efficiency?
Nope, 31 total, 31 bedrooms and 1 efficiency.
Okay, 31 total, thank you. And then is that the total build out for living? That's the total residential build
Yes,
out?
that is the total residential.
Okay. So the retail space that you, I think you did a really good job with that first slide. I liked it a lot. How many spaces are there? How many retail, is it just one store? Are there several?
We don't, I can answer that, Sam. Right now, we currently don't know. But there would be anywhere from, 1 to 3 would be the max.
Okay.
So the fire station is naturally broken up into 3 types of spaces, if you've ever been in there. And so, there's a possibility that there could be up to 3 tenants. It's most likely that we would see, two tenants.
Okay. So there's the 30 residential and potentially 3 tenants, maybe 2. And what's the other, is there any other use on that site?
The existing police station, which is
what's
perpendicular. That one there, it's going to depend on who comes in to the space. We have, if you're looking at the building now, you can see where in the back of the building, you can see where there was like a curb cut, and there's 2 overhead doors facing the new Avesta building. So and there's a line that comes down over to the left and down. That block right there is where the community fitness gym will be. So that's a single tenant. And then the section to the left of that is a 2-story existing building that would partially house Avesta's community room. And then the rest would be a tenant. We don't know if it's going to be 1, 2, or 3, but they'd be small. If there was more than 1 tenant, you're talking about, an office. So like an 800 square foot user. So it's like maybe 1 or 2 offices, low use, low impact.
So on that particular size gym, do you know how many members they're allowing, or do you know any?
So based on the space that's there, they take up to about 10 people per class. And that's their limit. So they're the kind of facility that, runs more along the lines of a private, you pay for membership, but there's a personal trainer in there with you. They're running classes, and they work with people on an individual basis with small class sizes.
Okay.
And the membership is not, it's not $10.99 or $19.95 a month where you're trying to jam pack in thousands of members and just get volume. It's a more market rate gym membership where, you know, if you're paying to go there, you're doing it because you're using their services.
Okay. And do you know how many people are associated with the Investa facility?
What do you mean by associated people that work within?
Yeah.
There'll be one facility office there. We would normally expect only one property manager, one resident service coordinator to be there at a time, and maybe a few maintenance techs walking in and out, but that's only on an as-needed basis.
Okay. All right. So I'm making a few notes. How many, let's go back to the parking spaces. How many parking spaces are there total?
78.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you say that again? I don't count that.
78 parking spaces on site.
That's what I thought you said. I thought I had done a count and it was 2, 3, 4, okay. So, I don't know if we do it anywhere else in town, but Angela, do we do permit parking only on residential streets so that only the people that have dwellings, physical dwellings on that street now would be able to get a permit to park on that street so that we don't have overflow parking? Because, you know, I understand they do 0.7 and this half and all this stuff, but if there's 30 places for people to live and 10 people coming to the gym, that's 40. And if there's 3 people working in the Investa, that's 43. And then if there's 3 retail outlets, let's just say, you know, there's 6 cars or 7 cars, let's say 7 cars for each one of those at a time between the people that work there and the people that are coming there. I mean, I think there'd be a minimum of 7 each because you're probably going to have at least 2 people that work there with a car, right? So if there's 5 people in the store, that's an easy 7. So that's 21. So 30, 40, 55, 60. You run out of parking spaces pretty quick. And I know that we've got 10 people in the gym, but that's 10 people in there, and then you've got to have trainers for them. So I just don't see enough parking. And I'm not sure where the staff stands on that, but I'd like to inquire as to whether or not we can do permit parking only on that road. Maybe post one side of it so there's no parking on one side. Because if you get a car on both sides of the street, then you end up with a very narrow passageway through there. And that road is used, as we all know, as a cut through all the time by people going down Black Point or coming from Black Point. So parking cars on that street, right now, there's not a lot of cars parked on that street because everybody lives there, has their own driveway. But there's going to be overflow, I would think, from this facility or the potential for it. So, Angela, do the parking calculations add up for what they have there? And if so, how is that possible?
Well, I guess I'll start with, I don't know of any place in town where we do permitted parking in that respect. I mean, obviously there's areas, it's a public right of way. So, if we're going to have parking, then any of members of the public can park there, and then we get into designate those as maybe limited time of parking. So then obviously a resident is not going to do short-term parking, things like that. But as far as on the site goes, I know staff has looked at parking, and I think this is more of a, I guess, a newer kind of case where you looked at more of shared parking. And maybe the applicant could speak to that piece of it. As far as I understand what you're saying, Rick, is you're kind of totaling it all up as if worst case scenario, everyone's parking at the same time. And so I guess my understanding is that with the shared parking, that those will be offset at different times, and there's different uses at different times and things like that. And so I will say we've done other Avesta housings in town, and same thing. I think parking was concerned when you start talking about low number of parking. But I think we've seen that they're pretty much dead on with that other site, because they know their kind of business when it comes to that piece, the Avesta housing piece. So I guess I'm less concerned about those numbers because it was a little alarming at first, but we've gone through this a few times and looked at how those sites actually operate. And I know this board also looked at it like with the uplands. That was another one we talked about with parking. And it seems like those that come in that are dealing with this on a daily basis have a good handle on what those numbers really are for parking. So I guess I'd let the applicant really speak to the piece about parking and the timing of that parking and how those integrate, I guess, on the site.
And before you,
I'll just, Jack, sorry, I just want to just sort of ping off what Angela's talking about and just remind the board that the zoning ordinance sort of explicitly gives the planning board the authority to allow for shared parking through this process. So really, I guess, Rick, it's a question. I know you're looking for staff's guidance on this, and we'll give it the best we can. But ultimately, I think it's, we look to what the applicant's reporting out is, and Angela just did a really good job of talking about the prior Avesta development down in Dunstan. It was a very similar case. They came with their numbers, and this planning board sort of vetted that, had some thoughts, and ultimately made the decision that they made. So there are cases where, we've seen this planning board, past members sort of follow the description that the applicants provide, and then other times that there's been concerns. So really, this is one of those areas where we do need to look to board members, but certainly I think as staff will provide guidance where we can on that. And I do just want to note the other thing in terms of the on-street parking. There is on-street parking, except we don't allow for overnight parking. So from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., I think it is, you can't park on the streets. And typically, the town of Scarborough, we don't have so much on-street parking as some other more metropolitan or urban type centers that we do have sort of these, stickered parking for residents and no parking on Tuesdays on this side of the road and that sort of thing. That's not been the level of specificity that we've gotten into with our on-street parking. But certainly Public Works, Public Safety are well aware of sort of all the issues around town and are always thinking about those things. But I just wanted to offer that. And I know, Jack, you wanted to chime in. So.
No, thank you, Jay. And Sam will talk a little bit more about the shared parking, but I also just wanted to remind the board that there is a public parking lot just above the site, which has roughly 30 spaces. And we have asked the city to create some signage for that lot to show that it is public parking. And it was part of our rationale for having the exit onto Fairfield to be going both directions. Again, we don't think that there is a need for overflow parking. We think it's going to be adequate on site. But if there is some rare occasion when all residents have a car, and that's, Avesta does know that all residents will not have a car, but say there's some event at the grocery store and a gym simultaneous, and there's more people that can fit on site. We can't really envision that, but if there is that overflow lot, which, folks call it the Amado's lot, but it's actually a public lot. And so if folks could exit onto Fairfield and enter that lot, then that would suffice. We would certainly not like to see people park on Fairfield. I don't think that's a good practice ever, especially in a neighborhood. And so that's why we feel comfortable between what we have on site and the overflow lot just above the site. And Sam, if you have other thoughts as well.
Yeah, thanks, Jack and Rick. Just to kind of help explain our strategy here, you know, this is a unique aspect because this is, you know, we've got several different uses. And with the mixed use, it really does, you know, if you take a step back and think about parking, it really does make logical sense to try to get 24 hours out of a parking space. And so the way that shared use process works is it's actually quite an intricate, you know, list of tables and rates that get applied to each demand. And it just creates the most efficient demand for parking once you realize what each use actually needs at certain times of the day. So that's how you determine your peak weekend and your peak weekday. So that was the process we used, which is the best practice for mixed use. It's recommended by the ITE. And we also have quite the safeguard built into this, because not only is are their demonstrated rates much lower than what the ordinance required, but we actually used the one-to-one requirement that the ordinance has. So those shared use calculation reductions in parking were applied to what the ordinance required, not what the actual ITE required. And there was a significant difference. And so we really did take a conservative approach, and we have a safeguard built in addition to showing that we're striking the balance along with the overflow laws. So we really feel comfortable this is the appropriate number, and it allows us to get green space and placemaking opportunities.
Okay, well,
Rick, could you wait just a moment, please? I'd appreciate it. I'm on the Long Range Planning Committee. I am now known as the Grammar Police. And right now I'm going to be the time police. It is almost 9 o'clock and we have significant business in front of us with folks waiting. So what I'm going to ask the board members to do is if you're going to talk any more about parking, simply indicate whether shared parking is of interest and assume that the applicant then would be able at the next meeting to present whatever tables might give us comfort, as well as the additional information about the parking lot, the overflow parking, which I believe had not been mentioned before, and it's comforting to know that that's there. And then let us move on, and I respectfully request the applicant also to be a little more concise with the responses. We're getting a lot of good information, but some of it is repeating what is in your application form. And I know you're interested in making sure that we understand fully what you are asking for. But at the risk, I think we're starting to repeat ourselves and delve a little more deeply into a subject than we need to delve, since this is the preliminary site plan. And as long as I think the applicant has got enough direction from us to at least know what additional information it might need to give us in terms of parking. And nod your head if you think that that's about accurate. I see at least one head nodding, so I'll take that as unanimous. Rick, do you have additional questions?
I just want to thank the applicant for the explanation, and Angela made me feel much more comfortable with the parking as well. So, you know, I'm gonna look at it again on my own, but I do feel much more comfortable with it than before I asked the question. So that's all I have.
Thank you, and I appreciate the questions that you were asking. And let us go to Rick Meinking.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I really like this project. I don't have a problem with the width of those. I really feel a lot better if maybe you could put onto the plans that there's an opportunity for a couple of chargers. I think in general, you're the type of developers that have drunk the Kool-Aid many times, and I appreciate that. And know that this project has been thought out carefully and trust Avesta on their calculations and knowing their tenants and the behaviors of their tenants. There's a lot of comments that are on the staff, from the staff, that I think will be addressed in the next go around. So I would just hold fast to those, and I look forward to having it more finely tuned the next time we see it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. Russell.
Well, thank you. I concur. The only thing I might suggest regarding parking, my one comment is perhaps the employees could park in that overflow lot. That might be something to help. The staff comments, obviously, Rick's comments just now about looking forward to those being addressed the next time around will be helpful. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Isn't it wonderful when people take my suggestions? I
don't
Roger.
dare not.
I know.
Roger.
I'll take up the rest of Russell's time, okay?
Okay. He had 2.5 minutes left.
Okay, no, I'm just kidding. I won't. This is a challenging situation here because I really commend the developer for what he wants to do with the existing fire and police station. I think very creative, and I would look forward to especially those markets in the fire station. The 800-pound gorilla, though, obviously, is the traffic situation. Oak Hill is a real. It's just a dilemma, and it's a challenge. Well, for instance, I'll give you a personal experience. Years ago, I used to cut through some of those streets because I live in the Pleasant Hill area. And I used to cut through those streets to avoid the intersection. But I don't do that anymore because even if you cut through, and I never went down Fairfield, I would always go down Westwood. And I think there's another street between that and Ward, but I'm not sure. But I would go down as far south as I could because that's the only way you could get across the street if you're across Route 1 if you were heading south and want to avoid, have a chance to get through. So Fairfield, right there at that intersection, is a real. That's an accident just waiting to happen, I think. I have a. I'm looking at your sheets A 2.2, which is your elevations. It's Kaplan Thompson's Architects, and I was just wondering the Pillsburys who live on Fairfield next to the building. The renderings on this sheet here show the trees will eventually get up to about the second level of that building. I'm just wondering, how tall will the trees be when they're first planted?
I might be able to answer that, Roger. I've got the landscape plan up right now, which is the current submission. So just looking at so there's not a height specified. It's the caliper, so the diameter of the trunk. So I can give you an answer right now on the height.
Are they going to be hardwoods or fir trees?
I believe this is a hardwood, but there will be a revised landscape program as part of this next submission, and I would anticipate a mixture of the two to kind of have the 4-season interest.
Roger, they apparently grow about 25, 30 feet tall.
Okay, but that would be over quite a period of time, though.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Is there any possibility that, well, let me put it this way. When you were considering this site, I know your future plans are to put a bank or, some kind of a financial institution out there by Route 1. Was there ever any consideration of, instead of having a 3-story, residential building, to have maybe 2 stories and just spread that out further to reduce some of the dramatic, difference between the residential and the and this property? In other words, going forward a bit.
Yeah.
And I guess basically what I'm thinking is, if there's going to be a bank going there, that's even going to make the traffic situation worse, I think.
So I can answer that question, Roger, briefly. The bit we did look at bigger buildings, but then obviously the adverse effect is its impacts on parking. And then if we were to do, we didn't really consider a 2-story building because the building wouldn't fit on the site appropriately. But the other thing to consider is that, this site does have, we do have the ability to go up to 45 feet. And we're not even close to that on this site. So, we could go up an entire additional story and still be within the code requirements of this zone. And we've chosen not to do that, to try to balance the site placement, the building scale, and the neighborhood and the parking.
Oh, okay. The other property that you showed on your presentation over in Portland, where is that located over there? Because I'm just thinking it might be beneficial for the residents to, if they're interested, to go take a look at that.
So that's it.
Yeah.
Jesse, if you want to talk through that, it's on Paris Street, but if
It's over by the post office, Roger. I mean, it's
By
up from
the-
Bayside, right above Bayside Bowl.
So Roger, what
Oh,
you
okay.
the background is the main post office, is the brick building in the background. But just remember that that's a 50-foot tall building, and we won't be anywhere near that. As Tim just pointed out, we by ordinance are allowed up to 45 feet. We won't be anywhere near 45 feet. So it was really just to illustrate the tones, the treatment, the residential
Sure,
treatment
yeah.
of the clapboard. But yes, thank you, Jesse. That's really the height that we're looking at now, where
Yeah.
Jesse that mark.
I was just thinking if like the Pillsburys were interested, they could just go take a look at that and kind of visualize what that may look like next to their property, Okay, and it didn't make either financial or economic sense to expand spread the building out on that property in lieu of having a bank or something like that there.
Yeah. I mean, Roger, I think you mentioned it. Then we run into the issue of all of a sudden then we don't have enough parking because we've got building all over there. And then we'd have folks upset about not enough parking. So, that balance is really tricky. We looked at the older neighborhood buildings and, that 3-story building is a nice downtown scale building. It felt like what we would have done 100 years ago. So that was, I think, where it was a good mix.
And I will point out one last thing, Roger, is that we did consider actually raising the building and put parking underneath the building, like the Paris Street building. But again, the scale of the building relative to the surrounding neighbors wasn't appropriate in our minds. And so we didn't do that. But that would give us more parking and still fit within the height restriction in that zone. It just didn't seem appropriate.
Okay. Going back to the traffic flow and everything and the traffic, I think I don't know how we're going to get around it. I mean, every business up in that area is confronted with the same situation. Their customers or clientele trying to cross over Route 1. It's just, I mean, I see it when I go through Oak Hill every day. I mean, there's people trying to cut across lanes no matter where you are. It's amazing that there's not more accidents up there. So I hope this works out for you, because I think it's a great repurposing of that property. And I just hope, I can empathize with the Pillsbury's, you know, but at the same time, if it's within the zoning that a building that size could be there, if not a higher building. Hopefully the landscape will provide some sort of a buffer. Okay, I'm all set, Rachel. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Roger. I'm going to try and keep my final words here or my comments limited to architecture. I think the board members really have echoed my my thoughts about the development here, that it shows so much promise. It's a type of gateway to Scarborough, certainly, and to Oak Hill. The development has been very carefully thought out. It is facing some difficult decisions, especially with the traffic. And I think still some parking questions, which we're really never going to know until we know who the tenants are, who all of the tenants are. So I'm going to address the question of the architecture of the Avesta building. I recently attended a training session for planners in terms of architecture and signage, and the word of wisdom that I remember most from the presenter was, don't get into a fight with an architect. So I am going to try not to get into a fight with an architect, but I am going to express some concerns about the Avesta building. And not the building per se, but the fact that the building is proposed in that location in Scarborough. And what I want to bring to your attention is various aspects of the Chapter 405B, the zoning, the site plan review. The purpose of that talks about the siting of structures and the necessity for a structure to minimize impacts on abutting properties or uses. That it must be a suitable development that will not result in a detriment to the neighborhood, community, or environment. I don't think your building does that, but I do think it has the potential for having an impact on on abutting properties or users. The design standards go on to site utilization, for performance and design standards, A, site utilization and layout. And it refers to, among other things, the need for a New England vernacular in the buildings that go in. I see this Avesta building as a transition between the neighborhood residential housing and a commercial area. Now that puts you in a great deal of difficulty because you have some existing buildings, which are, at least one of them, probably best described as 1950s brutalist. And you're attempting to adapt those to current standards, and you're attempting to adapt what the proposed grocery bakery area is. And I think for the proposed grocery area, you really have done an excellent job in presenting a building that was industrial, that was plain, and that was ugly, and that you have made it something that's special. And that having that to the front really adds to the development. But I don't see enough changes in the police station to give me any comfort that it is starting to be adapted to what is there in Scarborough, to a New England vernacular. I don't see in Avesta enough attention to the design standards that we have in 405, in Chapter 405. I think the building does not look New England. I think it's massed. I applaud the addition of the solar panels. But what that also does is create a almost flat roof. I see no gables. The windows are blank. It just doesn't come up to what I think that site deserves. I must confess to some disappointment in this proposal, in that what had originally been proposed for this area, or at least was featured in the leader, was that this was to be workforce housing. And seniors need housing. Seniors need affordable housing, but also what we found in Scarborough is we need affordable workforce housing. I applaud what you're trying to do in terms of making a senior community there. And I think your overall view of the property works. But I think the architecture needs a lot of tweaking. I think it needs some new consideration. I think it needs adherence to the various design standards that we have. I have friends down in the Avesta housing in Dunstan Corner, and that was done beautifully. It is well designed. It is, the people who live there really appreciate it. And I think with some extra work on this building to bring it into a little closer to the neighborhood, much more of a transition between residential and the commercial, I think then that we will have a truly outstanding development. I think given that, you have probably enough with all of the comments that the staff has made. And I look forward in your next application to seeing some additional thoughts and some rethinking of some areas. I think also we need to see the Bing Diner development. We had not seen that. I look forward to seeing that. I know the historical preservation folks get really anxious to see something like that. So just please be very careful and review the site designs that we have, the site plan review, and the staff comments, as well as the comments of the board. We are well on our way, I think, to creating a very positive development, but I think it still needs some work, and I look forward to seeing your next submission. Thank you. And we will move on.
If I may, and Jay might be able to help answer this too. Do we technically need to take a vote, since this is preliminary subdivision, to move on to final?
Jay, we don't need to take a vote on preliminary site plan review, but how about the subdivision?
So if the board is prepared to provide preliminary approval, you certainly could do that. But what I thought I was hearing was typically, Sam, the board that's essentially tabling the item and having you respond to the comments and coming back is what I thought I was hearing from the chair and the rest of the board. But certainly if the board feels the application is ready for preliminary subdivision approval, you could grant that. I thought I heard some questions that were still outstanding, but.
If we turn down the preliminary site application or the preliminary subdivision, does that end it for a year?
If you were to deny the application this evening, if there were a motion and it failed, or there's a motion to deny it, in our site plan review ordinance talks about how another application can't come back for a year. I'd have to look at subdivision. Typically, when applications get to this sort of stage in the process, the board is typically tabled and have the applicant come back and see if they could address the issues. But if the board's prepared to make a motion one way or the other tonight, staff certainly help provide guidance.
I can do a straw poll if you would like to see if the board members would like to come up with a motion that would not then interfere with, that would not create a problem with the 1 year wait period. Or we can just ask you to simply go back and come back to us next time, when we would be more prepared to vote. Board members, are you ready to vote tonight?
I think this is Rick, and I think we're just tabling it and asking them to come back with more information. I think if we were to deny it and have them come back in a year, I think we'd be facing a lawsuit, but that's just my thoughts. I think we table it and have them come back with more information.
I'm looking at the board to see if people are going to be nodding their heads to that.
Table, I would suggest tabling it.
I'm seeing several more people nodding their heads, and I'm nodding mine. So we will table this until you come back to us with the response to our comments.
Rachel?
Yep.
Rachel, can we ask the developers, is there anything specific that they need clarified from us?
We can certainly ask them that. So I will ask the developers if there's anything that they need clarity on from us.
I would just ask architecturally, if that's an ordinance question, or if that's, so in other words, I have read through the Scarborough ordinance, and again, we feel like we're putting forth our best foot architecturally, and we don't have all of the renderings complete yet. We will have more detail, but I'm honestly just a little bit confused in terms of what you would be looking for architecturally, or what we can offer you. And whether that's sort of the sentiment of the entire board, whether we should relook at the Avesta building architecturally, or whether we just need more refinement and detail.
My belief is that you need more refinement and detail. Please take a look at the design standards and take a look at the purpose of the site plan review and how the board is asked to look at architecture and how to look at a building. We don't want to design the building.
Thank you.
That's up to the architect, but I think there are opportunities there to harmonize the building with the neighborhood just a little more. Again, it is a transition. It is right next to a residential neighborhood. It is a transitional building on that site. That's a multi-unit development. I realize that it puts you in a kind of a difficult situation because on one hand, it calls for the ordinances call for a certain amount of consistency. And on the other hand, they also call for harmony with the neighborhood. So it's a difficult site, and I have no doubt but what your architects can come up with something that will start that will bring the building, the Avesta building, into more harmony with the rest of the architecture. That's about the only way I can put it. If you take a look at the design standards and the site plan review purpose, I think you'll find the language in there that I was referring to. I can give you some more citations if you need it. I'm sure Jamel or Jay can also do that and give you those citations. Roger?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think the architecture on the building is fine. I think though, in this particular area, and I understand how high you can go up and everything, I'm concerned about how it appears from the neighbors. And to me, if it could be, it looks kind of industrialized. It has an industrial look to it. If it was in like the one you have in the city on Paris Street, I think that probably blends in perfectly right there. If it was less industrial looking, I think. I don't know if that's what you're getting at also, Rachel.
Yeah, yep. If there's nothing.
I hope you can make it work, because I think it'd be a great thing there.
Yes.
Thank you, Reg. It's very helpful.
All right, thank you. That motion, the application is tabled until the applicant comes back and responds to the staff comments and the board's comments. Thank you. And we will now move on to the next item, which is Crossroads Holding LLC request a subdivision amendment review for the town center residential subdivision within the Downs, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4.
Ready for me?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you may recall, the applicant's proposing to create a total of 7 new lots within the existing subdivision of the town center residential. The lots are intended to include a mix of single-family, duplex, and multifamily uses with associated utilities, parking, pedestrian ways, common spaces, and landscaping. The proposal also includes the extension of Front Runner Way and Pacer Way. So as previously discussed with the board, the zoning standards for the CPD district do require a coordinated interconnected street system. As requested by the board, staff and the applicant's team coordinated a meeting to discuss the connection of Front Runner Way and Hackermore Avenue since the last time you guys reviewed this project. So the applicant has indicated that they will make this connection after receipt of their next main DEP permit later this year. In the meantime, the applicant's proposing to include the total cost of constructing the street connection as part of a performance guarantee process with the town. And staff is generally comfortable with this approach and has included a condition of approval for the board's consideration this evening related to that. So the board should provide direction to the applicant and staff in regards to your comfort with this condition of approval. And staff did provide the board with a draft motion with conditions for consideration this evening. At this point, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Jamal for the introduction. Dan Bacon again with the Downs team. I think Jamal outlined the situation quite well. When the board reviewed this at preliminary, I think you were generally quite satisfied with the layout, barring some additional work with staff on the Hackamore extension. I think also there's a question raised about sewer capacity that came up with our master plan review. We reviewed that with sanitary district and Angela, and have answered those questions for this subdivision amendment, and lots can be served by Route 1. So given that you have some other items on the agenda, we're not going to do a presentation, but we're pleased to answer any remaining questions that the board has, and kind of kick it back to you for discussion.
All right, thank you, Dan. This is also open for public comment. Is there anybody out there with their hands raised?
I am not seeing any at the moment.
All right, I declare public comment closed, and I'll turn it over simply to board members. Do you have any questions or any observations? You have a copy of the draft motion, and you have the staff's comments and Dan's comments, accepting the proposal of the staff, or coming to an agreement with the staff. Any questions? Comments? No, I must have scared everybody. In that case, we have a draft motion. I shall read that motion. I move to approve the project titled Second Amendment Subdivision Plan, Town Center Residential Subdivision proposed by Crossroads Holdings LLC, as depicted on the plan set prepared by Goral Palmer, dated 2/4/21, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the proposed Second Amendment amended subdivision plan includes the creation of 7 new lots intended to include a mix of single-family, duplex, and townhouse/multifamily uses. The proposal also includes the extension of Front Runner Way, Pacer Way, and Hackamore Avenue, as well as the creation of a private access drive. The subdivision is located within the Crossroads Planned Development, CPD, zoning district, and is further identified on the Town of Scarborough tax maps as map R52, Lot 4. Conditions. Number 1. Prior to the signing and release of the draft plan, the applicant shall include the total cost of constructing the street connection of Front Runner Way and Hackamore Avenue as part of a performance guarantee with the town. Minimally, an emergency access way between Hackamore Avenue and Front Runner Way will be required prior to the occupancy of any of the proposed lots in the event construction of the formal roadway connection is not completed. 2, the town will not accept Front Runner Way or Hackamore Avenue as public streets until the connection and all infrastructure improvements meeting the town standards have been constructed. 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall: A, coordinate with the police department in regards to the proposed name of the private access drive and addressing for the subdivision. Excuse me. B, provide approval from the Scarborough Sanitary District. 4, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 5, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a copy of the modified Maine DOT traffic movement permit shall be submitted to the planning department. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Roger. Are there any comments or observations from the planning board? In that case, Doreen, would you call the roll?
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Rick Dupere,
Yes.
Russell Scudder,
Yes.
and Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes. All right, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now we will be hearing from the Crossroads Development folks. The item number 9, Townhouses at Front Runner Park LLC requests a final subdivision and site plan review for lot 27 within the town center residential subdivision at the town assessors map R52, lot 4. Jamel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you may recall, this project's located within Lot 27 of the recently approved Town Center Residential Subdivision amendment. The applicant's proposing to construct 3 6-unit townhouses for a total of 18 new residential units. And as discussed during the preliminary review at the last meeting, the applicant has indicated that a portion of Building C is located outside of the area that is currently approved for development by the Maine DEP. The plan appears to identify this corner of the lot as future infrastructure, and since the board is being requested to approve the entirety of lot 27 as one coordinated development, staff has recommended that the future labels be removed from the plans. As you may recall, the applicants requested that the board grant final approval of the project with the condition that the DEP permit for the additional development area associated with Building C be issued prior to the issuance of a building permit. During that preliminary review, the board did express you were comfortable with this approach, and staff is generally comfortable as well, and has provided the board with a draft motion with conditions for your consideration. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is also subject to public comment. Do we have any members of the public out there who are ready to comment?
Not seeing any yet.
All right, in that case, we will move on. Dan, are you up?
Yeah, thank you. Similar to the last item, the board reviewed this and vetted this application, I think, quite well at preliminary. We're very comfortable with the changes recommended by staff, updating that note and not proceeding with building C prior to DEP approval. So again, given that you've seen this before and you have some other items, we're pleased to bring up the plans if you have additional questions, but won't provide additional presentation at this point.
All right, I'll turn this over to the board. If there's anything specific that you have, I will note that there is a requested waiver. The applicant is proposing a waiver from the minimum speed and driveway separation standard of 125 feet from the tangent point of the curb radius of any intersection. The applicant has indicated that the proposed northern driveway is approximately 116 feet from the future intersection of Front Runner Way and Hackamore Avenue. The board expressed they were comfortable with the waiver request during the preliminary review of the project. And any comments that you make, could you please signify whether you are comfortable with the waiver? All right, Roger, thumb up. Rick, thumb up. Are there
This
any
is Rick Dupari.
comments?
I'm good with it.
Rick, your thumb is up?
Yes.
Okay. My thumb is up. Jen? Okay on the waiver? All right, Russell, all right, the board has indicated that they are comfortable with the waiver. Is there any additional material discussion that the board would like to make? The chair does have one thing, and that is I noticed that in terms of placemaking, on Pacer Way, you have only got one bench there. That doesn't exactly make a place. So I'm going to ask that you add an additional bench when you come to building the third building C.
Building C. Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? Love using my teacher's voice. In that case, Rocky, I bet you've heard that from a teacher, haven't you? Yeah, I thought so.
Can I just jump in, Madam Chair? A
Yes.
question. Do we want to ask the board if they're comfortable with your request as well in terms of the extra placemaking, just so we can formalize it into the draft motion if necessary?
Okay. Is the board comfortable with the extra bench for the placemaking? Signify by raising your thumb.
This is Rick Dupari. My thumb is up.
Okay, 2, 3, yeah, 4. Yeah. Yes, the board is comfortable. Could you please put that in there?
Yes.
All right, we have a draft motion. I move to approve the project titled Lot 27. Townhouses at Front Runner Park is depicted on the plan set proposed by Goral Palmer dated 2/8/21 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings: the applicant is proposing to construct 3 6-unit townhouses for a total of 18 new residential units. The proposal also includes 24 enclosed parking spaces, 29 uncovered parking spaces, and a new private access drive. The project is located on Lot 27 of the Town Center residential subdivision within the Downs. The planning board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the subdivision adequately addresses the requirements of the subdivision ordinance, site plan review ordinance, zoning ordinance, and the standards set forth in the Town Council Residential District Space and Bulk Standards and Design and Performance Standards. Waivers permit the requested intersection separation along Front Runner Way of 116 feet. Conditions, number 1, prior to the signing and release of the final subdivision plan, the plan set will be revised to include A plan note referencing the second amended subdivision plan for the Town Center residential subdivision. B, future labels to be removed from the plan notes associated to the construction timing of building C, as noted in the staff review memo dated 2/22/21. C, additional placemaking provisions adjacent to building C as discussed with the planning board. These shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, B, pay the recreation contribution fees, C, provide approval from the Scarborough Sanitary District, D, coordinate with the police department in regards to addressing for the project. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit and any site work associated with building C, the applicant shall provide the required main DEP permit. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 4, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a copy of the modified Maine DOT traffic movement permit shall be submitted to the planning department. Do I have a second?
Second.
That's the second from Roger. Any additional board comments? Hearing none, Doreen, will you call the roll, please?
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd, Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Richard Dupere,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I think that means the Crossroad folks can go home tonight.
It's a short ride. Good night.
All right, the next item on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this is Richard Dupere. I have to step out at this time. I believe we're over our normal time limit.
9:47. So I understand. If you step out, then Russell will be a voting member. And that's fine if you need to step out. Are you going to step out, Rick? Rick?
Unfortunately, I do. I'm sorry. I do have
That's
to
fine.
step out.
That's fine.
Thank you.
All right, Russell, you are herewith promoted.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is Kevin A. French requests a site plan amendment review for 160 Pleasant Hill Road, assessors map R78, lot 50C. Jamel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project's located within the industrial zoning district along Pleasant Hill Road. The applicant's proposing to construct a 1,500 square foot addition to the existing building on the property. The proposal also includes a new garage bay, conversion of an existing garage bay into office space, exterior renovations to the existing building, and improvements to the grounds. While there are no remaining main elements to discuss this evening, staff did note in the review comments that the proposed building mounted floodlights do not appear to be full cutoff fixtures as required by the site plan review ordinance. So these fixtures will need to be modified to meet the standards, and the applicant should discuss their proposed light fixtures this evening. Staff did provide the board with a draft motion with conditions for your consideration this evening. Turn it back to you.
Thank you. And the applicant. Who will
Hi,
be-
thank you. It's Sashi Meisner with Gowan Turgeon Architects, here with Peter Heil from Acorn Engineering. We were here last planning board meeting, presented. We got good feedback, good comments, and good planning staff comments, and we responded to all of them. I can share my screen and show. I'm not sure what happened with the light fixture submission, but what we did submit was a downlight. We have the photometric plan showing all of the light output. And this is the actual light fixture. So it has a couple of different options. It has uplight, downlight. We're using only the downlight fixture. And this is what it would look like. This is actually the model that we've selected. So that's what it would look like, basically casting down from the building. There's a couple of different sizes. So there's larger ones up high and more smaller scale fixtures down low at the pedestrian level. But that's essentially it. We have some of the upper areas of the building. We have some of the bigger lights here. And then the lower ones, or the smaller ones, would be down in these lower areas. There's one here, bigger ones up here. It's 3. And then a couple on the back of the building and 2 on the side of the building. So that was really and here you can see them again up on the building face. But other than that, we've addressed everything. And if there's any questions about the light fixtures or what our intent is with the lighting, we're happy to respond.
Perhaps you could just simply tell us if they're full cutoff.
Well, according to the lighting rep, he said that they don't use that terminology anymore. It's, I think it was International Dark Sky Rating, and he said a lot of the ordinances hadn't caught up with this. So I did send that email to Jamel and Jay, and I'm not sure if they have encountered that before, but they're down light, so there's no uplight at all. So technically it would be a cutoff, I'm assuming, but that's what the, have you guys run into that before, Jay or Jamel, as far as other submissions in this sort of more current characterization?
Certainly heard the terminology. I don't know that I've heard someone say, well, we don't use full cutoff as a terminology, but certainly that's, I guess, not surprising.
Yeah, and the fact that they're 3K, they get the IDA certification, so that's the dark sky.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any comments? Are you comfortable with the definition of full cutoff?
Please meet it.
Any other board comments? We do have the opportunity for public comments. So I'll open it now for the public. And do we see anybody? We do not. Very good. All right, public comment is closed. I have a draft motion. I move to approve the site plan amendment project titled Landry French as depicted on the plan set prepared by Gowan Turgeon and Acorn Engineering, Inc., dated 2/1/21, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the applicant is proposing to construct a 1,510 square foot addition to the existing building on the property. The proposal also includes a new garage bay, a conversion of an existing garage bay into office space, exterior renovations to the existing building, and improvements to the grounds. The project is on property identified on the town's assessor's map as map R78, lot 50C. The project is located within the industrial zoning district and aquifer protection overlay district. The planning board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan adequately addresses the site plan review and zoning ordinance requirements for site utilization and layout, access, internal vehicular movement, parking, pedestrian ways, landscaping, stormwater management, lighting, architecture, signage, utilities, and storage. Conditions. Number 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall revise the plan set to include A, full cutoff building mounted light fixtures. B, a revised plan note on the site plan indicating that the lights will dim at a specific time of day. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall provide approval by the Portland Water District. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall revise the identification sign to include the entire street address as required by the zoning ordinance. 4, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. Do I have a second?
Second.
That's second from Rick Meinking. Any additional board comments? Doreen, will you call the roll?
Roger Beely,
Actually, I had a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
On number 3, is staff referring to the sign that's out by the street?
I think it's any sign associated with, any new sign or revised sign associated with the project.
What about the signage on the buildings?
That
On
is
the
what,
actual building?
correct.
You want the address on the sign on the building too?
That is actually a mistake in the draft motion. Thank you, Roger. So it'd just be the applicant shall submit a signage plan for review. Sorry, thanks for catching that.
There is
So
a
are we talking
building
about,
number.
are we talking about the street sign? The sign out by the street?
Sashi, which signs are you going to need to
No.
apply for a sign permit for?
The only signage is on the building itself. We
Yeah.
do have a building number that will be mounted on the building, but Landry French will be on the building itself. So we're not changing the one at the freestanding sign.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I just made a quick amendment, as you might have saw, if I'm still sharing my screen, that board members may want to include as a amendment to the motion.
Yeah, Roger, do you want to make a motion to amend the original motion with the language that Jay has put there?
Sure, I'll make a motion to amend the motion to just state that items, condition 3 read prior to the issuance of a sign permit. What?
The applicant shall submit a signage plan for review.
Okay, without the address. Okay, that's what you took out. Okay.
All right, and do we have a second to Roger's motion?
Second.
Okay, second from Russell. We will vote on the amendment first. All in favor? Doreen, call the roll, please.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Led,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Russell Scudder,
Yes.
and Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes. Thank you very much, Roger, for catching that. We will now vote on the main motion. Doreen, you call the roll. So the main motion is amended.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Led,
Yes.
Rick King,
Yes.
Russell Scudder,
Yes.
and Rachel Hendrickson.
Yes. All right, thank you very much, folks.
Thank you.
I have 2 minutes of 10, which means we can start the application, site plan review application of the Barron Solar Project. This is actually an advisory opinion review. And we are going to simply deliver an advisory opinion. So let us, Jay or Jamel, who's doing this one?
That'd be me. I'll
Okay.
just jump in. So this project's located in the RF zoning district of the existing EcoMain landfill. The applicant's proposing to construct a 4.99 megawatt AC solar energy facility on a site comprising of 3 parcels totaling approximately 88 acres. The project will be constructed on portions of a closed landfill and adjacent areas also owned by EcoMain. So the proposal is before the board this evening for an advisory opinion of the municipal use on the provisions set forth in the site plan review ordinance. The town of Scarborough is a municipal owner of EcoMain, which is a private waste disposal corporation. So staff did provide a host of review comments, so I'll just touch on a few. In regards to buffering at the proposed solar energy facility, it will be important that the project will not be visible from any abutting private property. So the applicant should be prepared to discuss the proposed buffering along the perimeter of the solar array, and if any additional plantings may be necessary to ensure that the project will not be visible from any abutting private properties. And staff has also suggested that the applicant continue to coordinate with the fire department in regard to the required access and fire suppression for the array. I'll turn it back to you. Thanks.
All right, let's, does this require, it does require a public comment. But let's, who's going to be making the presentation from the corporation from EcoMain?
Good evening. I'm Mike Shaw, Public Works Director here in Scarborough, but also Chair of the Executive Committee for EcoMain as well. I just want to thank you for taking the time for the advisory opinion. As Jamal said, we are one of the 20 owner communities for EcoMain, and so we're very pleased to be presenting this tonight. Certainly in the interest of brevity, I will leave my comments at that. Where also have Alan Tate, who is the Senior Manager for Project Development for EDF, who is the renewables organization that will be doing the project. So I will turn it over to him, and if you have any questions, I'm sure Alan can help you out there. Again, thank you for your consideration tonight and fitting us on the agenda.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Mike. So Alan Tate, I'm the Senior Manager of Development for EDF Renewables. We were selected through a competitive bid process by EcoMain in order to develop and construct this project on the EcoMain landfill in Scarborough. Heather, if you could advance to the next slide, please, just quickly. We've got a fair number of folks on our team that are available to answer questions. We'll keep things brief here. So myself and Yannick Tam have been working on the development side with EDF. Laura Lefebvre is a project manager at TRC Companies, who is our civil engineer and environmental engineer. Heather Storlazzi Ward, Amanda Wade, and Tom Daniels are also on the project management team there, helping us address the due diligence and the design factors of the project here. And then in EcoMain, Mike Shaw, as well as Kevin Roach and Art Colvin, who are the CEO and the landfill manager of the facility. So we could go down to the next slide, please, Heather. So as Mike mentioned, this will be a municipal use. EcoMain will be benefiting from the project by a long-term lease payment that the project will be paying for occupying the premises, as well as net energy billing credits against EcoMain's facilities and operations on site. And the town of Scarborough is currently in negotiations to also be a portion of the offtake for the billing credits for this project. So there will be a municipal benefit directly to Scarborough, as well as the benefit that they receive through their membership in EcoMain. Down into the fourth slide, please. Just briefly, EDF has quite a bit of experience in constructing landfill solar projects. I'll just touch this Annapolis solar project that's the top left corner. It's the largest landfill solar project in the country. We completed construction on that a year or two ago. It's currently operating. We're performing the operations and maintenance on the project for the lifetime of its system. I believe that is a 20 megawatt system, so quite a bit larger than the one we're proposing here. And you can go down to the next slide, please, Heather. So the project overview, this will be a 5 megawatt AC solar system interconnecting through established facilities with central main power that are already on site. The majority of the project will be situated on the landfill itself. There are 2 small array areas that are located to the south. Array area 1 is in a wooded portion, and array area 2 on a field area that's currently next to some storage materials that EcoMaine is using. Importantly, there will be no views from public rights of way. EcoMaine owns the majority of the property surrounding the site. There's one private landowner abutting the property. And we can touch on that in a moment, which Heather has some information on. But we're not expecting any views from that property owner to the solar project. Our approximate schedule would be to receive approvals by summer of this year and start construction shortly after that, and hopefully achieving commercial operation by end of this year. The system would then have a functional operational life all the way out to 35 years. The original term of the lease would contemplate up to 25 years with 5-year renewable extension periods at the option at that point. And we could continue on to the next slide, please. Just a quick visual of some of the equipment that we would be installing. So this will be a ballasted solar array. So with a landfill project, you cannot penetrate the soil. You have to maintain the integrity of the landfill. So here you can see the concrete ballast blocks that the steel racking is mounted to. This is a landfill project that I developed with EDF in South Carolina. We finished construction on that last year and it's currently operating. So the system would look substantially like this, although on a more mounded landfill surface. There will also be a central inverter and transformer that comes in a skid that's a kind of a combined unit and mounted on an equipment pad. You can see that in this image as well. And then the next slide, please. So our typical project fence, we use a fixed knot agricultural mesh fence. So it allows for the passage of small wildlife. It has a 6-inch gauge and wooden posts. Portions of the fence may be mounted on the landfill. And so those small sections would have a ballast block underneath them. So again, you're not driving anything into the soil. But the takeaway there is that it's a fairly low impact project on a brownfield site that doesn't really have any other viable commercial use. And so it's a great opportunity to develop renewable energy and some economic benefit to the town of Scarborough and to EcoMaine on an otherwise contaminated and not developable property. And with that, I can turn it over to Heather at TRC to talk about some of the natural resources and the permitting processes that we go through with the DEP as well.
Super, thanks, Alan. Evening, everyone. Heather Stelezzi Ward here, permit specialist and wetland scientist with TRC. So I'll give you a brief overview of the natural resources and other permits that were required for the project. The site, as you know, we're all familiar with, is a landfill, and on 2020 of this spring, or excuse me, spring 2020, wetland scientists from TRC went out and conducted a natural resource and a wetland delineation survey. Basically what we found, the area is dominated by common red maple wetlands. We've got a large wetland area to the west, and then another wetland area that appears to be impacted by historic human activity in the past. We also delineated 4 stream segments. There's 2 stream segments over to the western side, and then 2 other small stream segments over on the eastern side, all intermittent streams, but they are natural, they are protected by the state. We did identify 1 vernal pool, and that's over in this area, kind of in the southern corner. It also either appears to be man-made or highly disturbed by, you know, the historic anthropogenic activity in this area. We did conduct a spring breeding survey and did determine that it's not significant at the state level. We did reach out to Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and Maine Natural Areas Program for rare species and exemplary natural communities, and none are known on the site, on the record, and we did not identify any during our surveys. TRC also reached out to Maine Historic Preservation Commission and noted no, excuse me, recorded historical, cultural significant areas. For the development of the project, there is a small wetland impact area. It's approximately 300 square feet, and it's in this southern array area 3. Right here, if you can see my cursor, it's where the fence crosses the green, and the green denotes the wetland area. So it's approximately 300 square feet for fence posting. So I feel we did minimize and avoid wetlands to the greatest extent, utilizing, a majority of the landfill and other upland areas. There is a couple of existing permits. There is a Maine DEP Natural Resource Protection Act permit on file that is from the development of the landfill. So typically, any wetland impacts less than 4,300 square feet would be exempt. In this case, because there's an existing permit on record, we will need to get an amendment to the existing order. Same goes for the Army Corps wetland permit. It's existing, and the impacts will be considered cumulative. We also have a solid waste permit, and this will be a minor revision to the closure order. See, and as part of the planning board submission review, we're going to provide some standards overview. I'll keep them pretty brief. We're running pretty late, but there is no public water use as part of this proposal. No wastewater or septic is proposed. No traffic impacts other than during the construction phase, and then possibly some infrequent intervals for maintenance. There is no lighting, and we won't have any noise that's perceptible at the property boundaries. There are some minor stormwater increases, both in quality and quantity, meet the DEP standards. And late last week on 2/18, we did receive some comments from the staff, and I'd like to go over these fairly quickly. The first comment was regarding the Aquifer Protection Overlay District, and we will amend the plans to reference the compliance with Section 7F of the zoning ordinance. So no wastewater disposal, no fuel tanks, no floor drains. The project meets the state stormwater standards, and we do have an O&M plan that was submitted as part of the application for your review. There were a couple of engineering comments, and currently engineering is addressing the existing wetland treatment system comment. There was a question as whether the existing water treatment structure would be suitable and be able to handle the increases. We're currently looking at the as-built, and that'll be used to calculate the system size to verify that the system can handle the minor increases. There was a comment, the project will add an erosion control note on number 6 addressing sedimentation control. Essentially, the existing drainage swales will be equipped with temporary stone check dams. Hay bales will manage any sedimentation generated during construction. We've also reached out to the fire inspector, Jim Butler, regarding access and suppression. We have not yet connected with him, the last that I heard, but we are continuing to get in touch with him and do that coordination with him. We did identify all yard setbacks. There's a question on the setbacks. They're located on sheet G2 in the dimensional standards table, and also on sheet C2. They are identified on that plan. That's the plan overview, and we do meet all those setbacks. The front is 50, and at closest we're 204 feet. I believe the side is 15 feet, and we're closest at 68 feet. The rear is also 15 feet, and the project is at 25 feet. So we do meet those. And then as far as the DEP permits, those will be in receipt prior to the building permit. We understand that. And probably the, let's see, we've got the last comment to address regarding the visual buffer comment. So I think it would be helpful to pull up, oops, just gonna flip through these, an aerial view, and this is Running Hill Road to the south. And we've got the Green Road access entrance off of Running Hill Road right here. This is the nearest property that has an abutter, or the nearest abutter south of the project area. This is array number 2 right here. It's not shown on the plan, but the limits of clearing is denoted by this black line. So what we've done is I've taken a measurement that shows the existing wooded buffer between this residence here and then the proposed tree clearing limits. And that measures out at roughly 230 feet. So there's a minimum buffer on the abutter's property of approximately 50 feet with a guaranteed existing on the EcoMain project or property of 200 feet roughly. So I'll show you, I've got some screenshots from Google Earth that show that same property. So this is Running Hill Road, and this is looking north towards that same property that we were viewing. And the intent of this screenshot here is really, it's a little tough to see through these trees, but if you look back beyond the house, you can see that there's the existing wood line, and it looks like there's, a very robust, 50 to 60 foot tall, both evergreen and deciduous trees in view or blocking the view from this neighbor. Here's another view. It's not as good because the trees in front obscure somewhat. I'll show you another view here. This is again Running Hill Road in that same residence. So you can still see the skyline in the back with the trees there. So
and just the thought there, Heather, sorry to interrupt, is
yeah, go ahead.
The tree line in the back of the house is blocking the view of the landfill, at least from our perspective, looking from Running Hill Road. And so you could extend that to say that you wouldn't really be able to see any solar panels on top of the landfill if the landfill itself is already obscured by existing vegetation.
Right, Alan. Yeah, thank you for highlighting that. That's exactly right. That was really the intent of showing some of these screenshots from Google Earth. I was on site. I actually delineated the wetlands here, so I'm familiar with the area, and the trees, they're fairly tall in this area, roughly 50 to 60 feet. Not all of them, of course, but many of them. And it's a mix of deciduous and coniferous, so that would provide for some year-round screening as well. And that's really what I have for the staff comments, and be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for public comment. Jamel and Angela, would you take a look and see if there is any member of the public left at this time?
We have no attendees at this time.
All right. I gather that means that we have no public comments for tonight. I declare the public comment period over, and we'll turn this over to the board. Would anybody like to go first? This is an interesting, exciting project.
Go first.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this to the town of Scarborough. I can't think of a better parcel of land to put 4.99 megawatts of free electricity. And I'm extra pleased that this will be integrated with some of the Scarborough. I'm assuming, I think you said that it was being net metered and Scarborough would get a benefit of some of the excess electricity. That's correct?
That's correct. The agreement with the town of Scarborough on the project hasn't been signed yet, but Mike Shaw and other town staff have been working with some of my colleagues on that end. I don't actually manage the contractual portion of it. I tend to handle the permitting entitlement pieces.
And just the final comment, best of luck working with the utility. Make sure that, I know there's been a lot of press about solar projects and CMP, and I hope you don't fall into that, lack of a better word, nest of complications. Leave it at that. But thank you for bringing.
We are aware. Thanks for the well wishes.
I think this will be a great thing to have in our town. I wish it had some view that so people could see it and realize that there is great benefit in this kind of technology. So thanks again, and thanks for the time to make that comment. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on the board? This is an advisory opinion, so it would be helpful if I had some words from all of you in terms of support for this project. I can't see if somebody's got the signs, their hands raised. If you could stop sharing the screen, then we can.
Roger has his hand up.
There we go, Roger.
She keeps ignoring me. I don't know why. I agree with Rick. I think it's a very exciting project. Now, how does this compare in size to others that are in the state of Maine?
So the majority of projects that are moving forward in the state right now are all in the same bucket where they're 4.99 megawatts. So the tariff program with Central Maine Power and also with Versant is, in order to be a net energy billing project, you have to be under 5 megawatts. And so everybody's sizing their systems to hit that mark.
Okay, good. No, I think it's a great use of that property. So look forward to seeing it. We can always get a picture hanging in the town hall.
Or we can arrange some tours, Roger, if we need to.
I'm sure to be part of I'm sure it's going to be part of Eco Maine's education too, as they are well known in the communities for providing this sort of education. So I'm quite confident that they'll be sharing all the good news that this is producing great energy.
Yeah, my only question was sort of along those lines, in that, I always think it's interesting when places that have solar installations, whether they be small scale or otherwise, have some sort of digital readout or a way for the public. The first one that comes to mind actually is, I think they have one at Bayside Bowl. So it's just like a TV panel or something that's mounted on the wall. It tells you what's happening with their panels at the time. And obviously in this case, having something at the site wouldn't be very useful for most people, but I don't know if that's an option for the town's website or Eco Maine's website or both or something like that. I think it would be really cool to see that.
Absolutely. And that's something that's pretty simple to do. So there's a real-time 24/7 feed of the system's output. And so we can provide a link for that, whether it's on the Eco Maine website or on the town website or both, but definitely a detail that we can work out.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Russell?
A terrific use for this site, so commend you for selecting it. And I just had one question to Heather, I guess. Heather, the house on Running Hill Road there, what's the topography behind that house over to the corner of the field? Do you happen to know that? Is it pretty flat?
Yeah, so the house that I had up on the screen earlier,
Yes.
on the aerial view, it's fairly flat. It does dip down a little bit. I think my memory serves correctly, it rises up, a couple of feet in elevation, then it drops back down because there's a wetland out behind that area. So the topography sort of dips down before it gets to the proposed array area.
So
And then obviously it climbs back up as you get closer to the landfill.
Yeah, so actually that might help with the screening. That's my point. The other point I would mention to you is at some point, when it's appropriate, I love the idea of a digital readout to show the townspeople, what the benefit is here. And somebody can get out there with their drone that they don't have anything else to do and take some pictures, and that would be very nice as well. So that's all I have.
All right, I had just a couple of observations. I think the pictures that you showed with the screening were adequate. I think I'm comfortable that there is adequate buffering there. I do have a question about the array. I think it's probably site 2 that's separated from the main array, and it looks as though that's pretty close to the wetlands. And I just was wondering what sort of arrangements of protection you're going to have if you need to have people out there rehabbing a site, or if there's a problem and there needs to be some sort of work out there. What are your plans for access to ensure that people don't get off into the wetlands?
Yeah, that's a good point. If there is any earth disturbance or anything of that nature, it would be written into the sediment and erosion control plan to have a perimeter barrier put in place. So that would be, either a silt fence, but these days folks are getting away from silt fence and using more, filter socks that would be, put in front of the wetland area to catch any sedimentation that might otherwise clog up the wetlands.
And in addition, they have fence put around all of the array locations. So typically those fences are to keep people out of the array, but in this case, it would keep construction or maintenance equipment in and away from the wetland.
All right, thank you. The staff has recommended that the applicant receive their main DEP permit prior to the issuance of a building permit. Is that your understanding?
That is, and that's not an issue for us at all. We'll be needing to go through a comprehensive permitting process with the state while they assess the integrity of the landfill to support the project.
All right, thank you. There are no further comments. Jay, do you have what you need?
I think as staff, we do.
Oh, all right, Jamel, sorry. I
That's
wasn't
okay.
sure who I was talking to there. So you have enough. All right. I think there's a very positive recommendation. I would go beyond that to say there was a very enthusiastic recommendation. And it's a wonderful use of an area that just sometimes people don't think can ever be reused. And this is great. And I like the idea of being able to see, how much of my tax dollars are being saved by the electricity generated into the town. So thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Jay, we don't, excuse me, Jamel, we don't need a vote, correct? We just do the advisory.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. And
Good luck.
all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, folks.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
You're welcome. That's
Thank
what I
you.
think we'd get here tonight. We will go to a staff report.
I can jump in. I'll be as quick as I can. We've had quite a few pre-construction meetings since the last planning board meeting in early February. We had a meeting for Dunstan Crossing for phase 6, the Mainly Tubbs project in the Innovation District, the Piper Shores Meadows project off Spurwink, the Lot 3 Innovation District commercial or industrial/commercial building, and then Bluebird Self-Storage. We held their pre-construction meeting last week, so those projects will all be getting kicked off now or soon. That's what I have.
All right, thank you. Administrative amendment report.
Actually, just one other thing on the staff report. Sorry, just want to let folks know that the Higas Parkway drive-through zone amendment that we had discussed previously was approved by council. with the performance standards that were talked about by the board. So figured that would be something you were interested in. And also you probably have been aware, and I think we might have mentioned once before, but growth management ordinance is certainly on council's radar screen, as is the comprehensive plan. But I know growth management has really, just so folks know who may not have already heard, all our growth permits for 2021 were sold as of January 21st or something to that effect. So, you know, quite a bit of activity. Doesn't mean all the building permits have been pulled, but you have 6 months to convert them into building permits. So that sort of ramped that back up the council's priority list. And for those that are interested in tracking what's going on there, I believe they're aiming for a workshop, council workshop on the issue on March 17th. I think that date is still being worked on, but just thought something board members may be interested in. Just stay in tune to the website and see what's going on there.
Jay, just high level, does that apply to all types of residential units? So single family all the way up through 100 unit, whatever?
Yep,
Everything.
every
Interesting.
dwelling unit requires a growth permit. So, yes.
Okay,
Yep.
cool, wow.
And, you know, a lot of those are projects that this board's already approved, right? I mean, we can, but there are certainly those who may not be in a subdivision that aren't paying attention to these things and get caught unknowing. And I think that that serves at least one of a few issues of interest by council.
So are you saying basically, Jay, that if anybody comes in now and wants to, say, develop, say, a 20-house subdivision somewhere, they essentially won't be able to do anything, until 2022?
They won't be able to get a growth permit. They can still come to the board and get approvals, and they could even start construction on the infrastructure if they wanted to. But in terms of getting growth permits to start construction of buildings, that is correct.
Okay.
If they haven't already secured a growth permit for this year.
All right, correspondence.
Just make note of, and I think we mentioned it during the public hearing, but just to echo that Nick McGee, who was chair, who wasn't able to attend, did submit a letter with comments regarding the public hearing, and that is part of the record.
And planning board comments.
The only thing I'd say, Rachel, is that Nick always got us out of here by 10.
Yeah, well, I got the agenda cleared.
You did do that.
Tabula rasa, the next meeting. And I'm sure that the last two people, developers, had no notion that we were going to get there. But they hung in. And I appreciate all of you for hanging in as well. I don't know whether I got, a little speedy because of the shot, or just I had too much caffeine. Thank you all. Are there any other comments?
Thanks, guys.
To adjourn.
If we move to adjourn?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice night.
Have a good night.
Take care.